It's the 3C2A Football Championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Join us at 1 p.m. as Fullerton hosts American River for the state title here in 2016. Mike Cepeda, Jeff Stoynoth, Emery Johnson on the call with you today here live from Yorba Linda High School. Stay tuned.
Oh, there we go. This broadcast of 3C2A action featuring the American River College Beavers and the Fullerton City College Hornets has been brought to you in part by Wilson, the official ball of the 3C2A. eTeamSponsor.com. IDX, giving you the power to create. Jostens, the official ring of the 3C2A. Nevco.
It's Championship Saturday here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Everybody, be sure to let any friends and family know that you can catch this game live, www.SoCalCollegeSports.com. And also, we are broadcasting on YouTube as of a few weeks ago. So if you have an opportunity, if you have an Xbox One, you have an Apple TV, you have that YouTube app, take advantage. SoCal College Sports 1, we are going live right now. Choose the live option. You can catch us on the big screen for today's matchup starting at 1 p.m. And that's a very nice picture, if I do say so myself. If you're watching on your Xbox One or your Apple TV, do take advantage of that. But if you are on the go, you can catch us at www.SoCalCollegeSports.com. It's ARC and Fullerton at 1 p.m. coming up in about half an hour.
And we welcome you back to Yorba Linda High School. Jeff Stoynoff, Mike Cepeda, Emery Johnson here with you for the CCCAA State Championship. Here today on SoCalCollegeSports.com. We'll have the game coming up for you in a little under a half hour. Have a lot of other surprises for you today. Going to have some highlights as we take a look back at some of the season for ARC and Fullerton. And, of course, here on SoCalCollegeSports.com, we'll have trivia for you. Let's introduce our first trivia question of the day. We have 4 today. And we will start with name the last head coach to lead his alma mater to an NCAA football championship.
I know.
So that's something for you to think about there. I will be honest with you. I missed this one. I started with it, and then as I started to research it to come up with the answer here, I came up with the eventual answer. But my first guess was I thought I had it. But as I did my research, I realized that I was wrong.
Don't give away guesses now here.
No.
I know the answer, but that's just because I cheated. I looked at
I was going to say, I'm pretty impressed. We're not fooling around here at SoCalCollegeSports.com with our trivia. We like to throw a challenge to you.
Well, to one coming up later, I did know the answer to that one. So
yeah.
we'll have trivia throughout the day here for you, 4 questions in total. And be sure to interact with us if you're in front of a computer on our chat module that we have set up for YouTube. Again, this is the 3C2A Championship for football here in 2016 on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Hope to be joined by Coach Kevin Emerson.
And well, here
OCC.
here he is right as we speak. So one more surprise for you today. We will have Orange Coast College head coach Kevin Emerson with us on the broadcast, providing color commentary. So we certainly look forward to that. We'll come back in about 15 minutes or so. We'll have a pregame. We'll talk a little bit about the matchup. Bring in Coach Emerson and get his thoughts as well. So you are watching the 3C2A Football Championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com.
It's a 3C2A 2016 football championship here from Yorba Linda High School. Mike Cepeda, Jeff Stoynoff, Kevin Emerson, coach for OCC. Thank you, Coach, for coming on and providing us your insight.
Guys, it's a pleasure. Just a great opportunity to be here, being a Southern California guy and being in tune. And it's in beautiful Southern California right now. I'm excited.
And one of the teams that's playing today, Fullerton, you're very familiar with.
Yeah, I've known them for a lot of years. We played them this year. They're averaging well over 55 points. So me and my staff sat around and go, what are we going to do here to work with these guys? And it was a fun game, and it was a game all the way into the fourth quarter. But you know what? They're the Southern California Championship, and it showed it that day too.
Yeah, an interesting story with Fullerton being the 1 seed, even though coming out of the wild card. Not that that's unheard of,
Right.
but they were a team that came out as the wild card. They didn't win the South, the conference that you play in.
Right.
Saddleback ends up coming out of the South, but they're the 3 seed. They end up going to Riverside, losing at Riverside, and Riverside dispatched by Fullerton in the SCFA championship game 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we have these RPI rankings, which are power rankings, and when the dust all settled, it ended up that Fullerton was on top there when a lot of people thought it'd be Saddleback, but it ended up being Fullerton at the time, and that's how it all worked out.
Yeah, it raised some eyebrows, I think, especially in the Saddleback community, because Saddleback had the win over Fullerton,
Yeah,
and obviously
head-to-head.
so they thought that head-to-head, each with one loss.
Right.
But it was a remarkable year in the South. You talk about that Fullerton-Saddleback game. That's a game that Fullerton led going into the final minute, and there was a lot of that for Riverside as well in their loss. They led very late against Long Beach before falling in overtime. So I didn't envy the committee too much as they had to make the decision among those top 3 or 4 teams about how to decide, how to parse these teams.
Looks like they got it right, though.
Yeah, as it
They
turns
did,
out.
Yeah. I mean, it's a major battle here. I mean, the teams, we go head-to-head every week, and it's really a battle. So, I mean, it's great that it all worked out the right way and that they're number 1 and they're going into this game.
Well, American River coming out of the north, coming down here to Yorba Linda High School to play in today's championship game. Big, thrilling win over Butte in somewhat of a mud bowl.
Yeah.
In the rain, in the elements, up at Butte, the second matchup of the year versus Butte College.
Yeah, and they avenged with the 15-9 win, and it was incredibly dramatic fashion. Another last-minute victory for them. We'll take a look back as you go back to Butte College. This in the NCFA championship game, and this the completion in the final minute to Torian Williams, and Williams able to take it in with under a minute to go to preserve the 15-9 victory for American River in that game. And that is instrumental as you take a look at that play. When we talked to Coach Tim Burns of Fullerton College, one of the first things he said about the difficulty of playing American River is they have big physical receivers on the outside. You get a sense of that there with the play by Williams as he adjusts on that ball, shields off a defender, and then shakes a guy off to get in from about the 5-yard line. So you see the physical play there. One other thing to keep in mind in this game, a couple of running backs, including leading rusher Savon Mitchell-Ford, returning in this game for American River. So Tim Burns thinks, you know what, forget the great escape here in the final minutes of the NCFA championship. This is going to be a different team that they play today, and a team that's going to be at full strength, so he expects a battle.
And also they're operating with a freshman quarterback in Griffin Don. He's a freshman, he's young, he's hot and cold, according to David Silverstein up at Butte, one of their statisticians, does a fantastic job of really giving us and providing us insight about teams in the north. But he said, this is a kid, when he's on, he's very special. And we saw him chucking around the rock in pregame. Looks pretty good.
Well, he runs too. He's the 12th man on the field, and that's pretty unique with both of these teams. Is both Hoy and him are very dynamic quarterbacks that pass and they run alike. Looking at statistics, I mean, I can't believe how matched up they are. But it's going to be really interesting with Fullerton being such a high-scoring offense and American River being such a great defensive team. This is that true battle. Is offense going to win or is defense win championships? We're going to find out here today.
Yeah, usually you have to favor defense, but I don't know. Fullerton, so good this year, it's going to be hard to envision them going down at home in the 3C2A championship game.
And let's remember something about Fullerton as well. Pretty balanced. They can run the football and throw the football, and they've been pretty good defensively this year as well. So it's a stern challenge for American River as they make the trip down south here.
Well, and one more player I do want to touch on about Fullerton, Justin Parcells. Kid's an absolute stud, middle linebacker for Fullerton, Defensive Player of the Year in the Southern Conference, and I mean he's just a handful to deal with.
Yeah, he came in the A-gap so many times versus us. I think I still have a backache from him, and I was on the sideline. So he.
Are you sure that wasn't the back surgery you had last year?
It might have been the back surgery, but no, he's a stud. I mean, they're very Fullerton's defense is very pressure oriented. They're going to be bringing at least five, if not six guys every single play. Watch these middle linebackers hit these A-gaps. It's pretty special. So those corners are going to have to match up extremely well for Fullerton to match up on those big receivers of American River.
And the depth, very, very good for Fullerton. They rotate guys in and out. They stay fresh, and they're a team that likes to wear you down. It's going to be interesting if ARC is going to be able to combat that when we come back in just a moment with the start of the 2016 3C2A football championship game here from Yorba Linda High School. Stay tuned, everybody.
This afternoon's game has been brought to you in part by the 3C2A, California Community College Athletics Association, the governing board over all community college athletics here in California. And eTeam sponsor, eTeamsponsor.com. IDX, giving you the power to create at IDX.com. Jostens, the official ring of the 3C2A. And Nevco. Finally, Wilson, the official ball of the 3C2A.
Fullerton want the ball? Which ball would you like to pick? First down. Fullerton's going to receive, facing the clock. Guys, shake them up. Bring them out. Let's play.
Jim Fessel and Mickey Flynn. Nice round of applause for two great Hornets. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we present, the presentation of the colors is by the color guard from Fullerton High School, JROTC, under the direction of Mike Albertson. Would you all please rise and honor America by removing your hats and honor those men and women in our services as our national anthem is sung by Tracy Wallace, a Hornet grad.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch, where so gallantly streaming in the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free in the home of the
Tracy Wallace.
Moments away from kickoff in the 3C2A championship game here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Jeff Stoynoff, Orange Coast head coach Kevin Emerson, Mike Cepeda, Emery Johnson here with you from your Belinda. Second matchup in these two schools' history and second matchup for a state title. So they only meet on the biggest stage, evidently, as we go all the way back to 1967 for matchup number one, won by Fullerton as the Hornets won the state championship, trying to repeat the trick here in 2016.
Yeah, they beat them 41-0 at Anaheim Stadium, and like you said, it's the second time this meeting and on the biggest stage, so it's pretty awesome way to meet. If you're going to meet, this is the time to do it.
Yeah. Well, this is part of the excitement of this particular game is these schools don't play each other. So this is always geography dictates that it's going to be a rare meeting between schools. Often like this, a second meeting. American River won the toss. They will defer to the second half, so the Hornets will get the ball first, and we'll see that high-octane offense starting out here for the Hornets.
Yeah, you know, it's always going to be interesting what they dial up the first few plays, because it kind of starts to set the tone for the first quarter and kind of try to get in American River's head a little bit, and we'll see how they respond to that.
Well, here's a scary thought. If you're American River, you're watching this game as McNeil and Manyweather wait for the kick. In the two games that we've covered in the postseason, the Hornets have gotten off to a relatively slow start on their first couple of possessions, still managed to put up 48 points and 45 points in their two efforts so far. So they can get it going in a hurry. It's McNeil. who will take it from the 6 out to the 15. Running left, and he is brought down after a short return. They'll start from the 16.
Yeah, American River Special Teams comes out right away, puts them around the 15.5-yard line, and hey, that's a great start, and that's what you really want to do to a Fullerton is pin him back, make him go the full length of the field.
So the Hornet offense led by freshman standout Jordan Hoy, number 1 at the quarterback position, the SCFA Southern Conference Offensive Player of the Year. The Defensive Player of the Year in the Southern Conference also from Fullerton here, Justin Parcells, as we talked about in the pregame. So,
freshman standout. He's a state standout.
yeah, it's absolutely true. They'll spread it out with 4 wide receivers. They'll keep it on the ground on the first carry. It's Hewlett, off tackle on the left side, pushing forward, a solid gain out to the 22. That's a 6-yard pickup for Gerald Hewlett.
Yeah, a little stretch zone gives them about 6 yards, 2nd and 4. If they can be in 2nd and 4 all night, I think the Fullerton offensive coordinator will be very happy.
Well, that's part of what's made them so effective. We talked about Hoy, but they average over 200 yards per game on the ground, so they're a very effective running team led by a quartet of solid running backs behind Hoy. Hoy, straight drop, looking on the right side, crossing pattern to Wilder. He makes the catch for the first down.
Yeah, geez, they just set right up. They just do some square ends, and the outside linebacker fell off in more of a cover 4 look, and he's wide open.
Yeah, it was Lonnie Powell who got there to stop Wilder, but not before the Hornets moved the chains out to the 29-yard line, where they'll have it 1st and 10. Hewlett remains in the backfield. Quick screen to McNeil on the near side. McNeil wrapped up by Gray. The ball is loose. It's on the field. It looks like American River has it, and the Beavers do. Early turnover to American River. It was Patrick Walker who jumped on the fumble.
Yeah, turnover is the #1 killer of any team, and Fullerton was the first one to do that. Hey, they had huge 10-yard cushion on the outside. It was an easy 6-yard gain, and their defensive corner just came up, struck the ball out, and now look at the turn of the tide right now.
We didn't even have time to introduce you to the offense and the defense here before the Hornets turned it over.
Well, Coach Burns, earlier in the week, we had a conversation with him, and what did he say? Well, all we have to do is just limit our amount of turnovers. He likes where he's at. Well, not exactly what he ordered up on the first possession.
Yeah, have to execute and take care of the football, and so far, they're at best 1 for 2. So that'll bring on Griffin Dunn and the American River offense with good field position at the Fullerton 28. The handoff on the right side, and it's Wattis Parker.
Yeah, nothing doing there. They just slide off to the right side, just slam everything inside, stretch it out to the outside, and the outside linebacker comes in and just crushes it.
No, let's correct that very quickly. It's Dante Davis, and it's Davis, really the 3rd running back on this team, who's been handling a lot of the running back duties here over the last couple of weeks, with both Savon Mitchell-Ford and Wattis Parker not available over the last couple of weeks. They'll empty the backfield on 2nd down and long.
Yeah, 5-wide package is really going to try to stretch Fullerton out here a little bit and see if they can get something going.
So Don from the shotgun has the snap, 4-man rush, looking left, throws, and completes the pass.
Yeah, same play that Fullerton did, just a little square in, just kind of hanging in the passing lane, and he was able to get it and take it down about 8 yards.
It's a great job by Don throwing his man open.
Jabari Johnson on the reception. So Johnson brings up a 3rd and short after the 8-yard pickup.
Jabari Johnson on the catch.
We'll see if we can bring up the the American River offense for you shortly. Introduce you to some of the players. Eddie Ortiz, meanwhile, checks in. Well, now checks out. So we'll go back to Dante Davis in the backfield. Meanwhile, a 1st down as you take a look at the American River College backs and receivers. And you see there the running backs, Savon Mitchell-Ford, Wattis Parker. Those are the 2 leading rushers on the season, but they have not been available the last couple of weeks. So it's Dante Davis who will have to carry the load at least early on. Davis on the counter, in trouble in the backfield. He is brought down for a big loss on the play.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. They were really putting that blitz in there, just like we talked about in pregame. They did an A-gap blitz and didn't get in there, but then they stretched everything to the outside. Were able to come off the edge and get a sack.
It was Moore and Sanchez who led the push there for Fullerton. You take a look at the Fullerton defensive line there. You see Sanchez and Moore. Stepney and Bonner on the outside having an outstanding postseason, combining for 9 sacks over the last 2 games. The blitz coming on 2nd and short. Don with a pump fake, in trouble. Now pop flies the far side, just throws this one away. Flag comes in very late.
Yeah, they tried to do a little bubble screen on the left side, and defensive end came in. He smelled it out and just kind of put his hands up and totally took that play out of the game.
Intentional grounding. Flags came out where you would think it would.
Could be if he wasn't outside the pocket.
It's an interesting call because there was a receiver in the area, although he was clearly throwing the ball away.
He pop-flied it to the track.
Yeah, on those screens, you're going to treat those as a trick play. If they're not open, you're just going to get away from it and throw that ball away.
So it's illegal receiver downfield. They'll decline that penalty, will the Hornets, and instead bring up 2nd down and long.
See, and that's a huge problem. When you're running a screen, you have to deliver that ball behind the line of scrimmage for it to be effective because you're going to have offensive linemen downfield. They didn't do that.
Logan Kirby in the backfield. Griffin with time, rainbows into the end zone, looking for Namani Parker.
Yeah, he's got to give him a chance on that. It's a 50-50 ball out there on the outside edge. He overthrew it by about 8 or 9 yards.
Well, you have to like the matchup if you're American River. That was Xavier Chisholm on the coverage, an outside linebacker.
I think he'll take that every day of the week, Coach.
Yeah, but he had pretty good coverage.
Yeah, he was running for him foot for foot.
So it'll be a field goal attempt coming from Max O'Rourke for American River. O'Rourke on the season, 7 for 11 with a long of 32 yards. This will be from 41, and it will come from the left hash. The snap, placement down. The kick is up, low line drive. Enough and good. So O'Rourke puts it through.
Puts a flying saucer through the uprights, and it's 3-0. ARC strikes first blood.
Yeah, very finesseful kick right there. Straight line drive. I didn't know if it had enough to clear the crossbar, but apparently it did. It's hey, we'll take those. I'm sure they'll take those 3 points.
Yeah, the Hornet defense holds American River to a field goal at least, but they trail it after the early turnover. 11:52 remaining here in the opening quarter. It's the 3C2A championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Turnovers a factor here early in the first few minutes as the Hornets cough it up. And if American River is going to pull what would have to be considered an upset here on paper, they're going to need to win the turnover battle, and that would be an upset in and of itself. American River comes in -11 on turnovers on the season. Fullerton, for their part, +7. So a surprise that it's the Hornets who have trouble with ball security as they cough it up. And American River takes the 3-0 lead. It'll be McNeil again, this time about 4 yards deep, and he'll think better of it down this one. So the touchback will give it to the Hornets.
Well, two smart kicks by ARC going to McNeil instead of Manyweather.
Yeah, Manyweather.
Yeah, when we played them, we had a easy rule. We didn't want to kick to anybody. But if we were going to kick to the biggest guy.
That's the science of football right there.
Yeah, there's a lot behind the scenes when you're on Sunday talking up a game plan.
Hewlett remains in the backfield with Hoy for the Hornets' second possession. 3 wide receivers split out to the right for Jordan Hoy. They send Hewlett in motion. McNeil on the bubble screen going right back to the play that led to the fumble. And it's Anthony Luke sliding out to stop McNeil after a short gain on the play. A little help from Adam Lopez.
Coach, what kind of punishment do you have to players that cough up the ball?
Well, we have what we call a gauntlet drill, and instead of doing punishment, I'd rather put them through that gauntlet drill about 150 times each day, and just until they
sounds
learn
pretty punishing to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Receivers left and right on 2nd and 9. Anthony Wood is checked in motion out of the backfield.
Oh,
Again, they go to the short pass. This one tipped in the air. Problem pass for Hoy. That one nearly intercepted.
Yeah, very scary play right there. They have a 6-man box. A little review here. It's off the man. Those offensive linemen really got to keep punching on the chest of those defensive linemen, or they're going to keep knocking those balls down.
You saw Rashawn York, the leading tackler for American River, very near that football, and that would have been disaster early for the Hornets, who now face a 3rd and long.
As a coach, you never count on those balls being knocked down. There goes Hoy. Oh, sorry.
Hoy on the keeper, up to the 31, but he's going to be well short of the first down marker, and the Beavers not fooled on 3rd and long, and we're going to see the punting unit.
Coach, you really got to be impressed early on by the physicality from ARC, really taking it to Fullerton.
For sure, they're really, they're coming in with their defensive line. They're putting a little pressure on the quarterback. They're getting their hands up. They're doing everything you want them to do. I think Fullerton's going to see here in a few minutes, though, they got a 5 and a 6-man box, and putting Hoy on some runs early in the early downs might be a big change for them.
Yeah, so far probably their most successful play was the initial handoff to Gerald Hewlett on their first possession. They've gotten away from that. This is a short kick from McGee, and it bounces out of play on the near side. Good field position for American River. They'll take over at the 35. When we return, 10:31 to go. We're just underway in the first quarter. You're watching the 3C2A Championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. A short break. And it'll be pistol formation on 1st and 10 as American River goes to work from their 35.
Referee's in the hurry up.
These guys run the same exact defense. It's very so they get a lot of work against each other.
Don taking his time. Play clock under 10. Davis gets the call on the left side, going nowhere. The Hornets have been so very good against the run this year, allowing just 86 yards per game on the ground.
Yeah, it's so tough to run against that front four because those front four actually become a front six. When those linebackers start plugging those A and B gaps, you've really got to get through to be effective. So short passing game probably from American River is going to start doing a little bit more damage.
And, Coach, it's almost like they're not even stacking the box. They're just so athletic and getting to their spots.
That's the key to getting to this game. If you're athletic, you don't have to do a lot of crazy stuff.
Parcells showing blitz. Here he comes. Second 11. Don stands in on the short drop, completes the pass to Wheeler. Out near the first down marker, and it looks like he has it. So Wheeler with a 12-yard pickup.
Yeah, if American River is going to have a great opportunity today, it's going to be because they blitz and they're able to get the ball off. What Fullerton's doing is playing a loose coverage when they're bringing blitz, so the quick outs, quick hitches are going to be effective for them.
Well, Don comes in completing just 47% of his passes on the season. And David Silverstein gave us a little bit of a scouting report, said he was kind of hot and cold throughout this season, but he's looked pretty good on the first couple of throws. That's a welcome sight. Yeah, certainly for Beaver fans. Davis swallowed up in the backfield, a loss of a couple. Stepney.
Yeah, so far American River on first downs averaging, I think, right around 0. So
going to the replay here.
You
just no chance.
I think 0 is a generous number here, Coach.
It might be. It
might have got a great spot. They did lose a couple, so 2nd down and 12. As again, they spread it out with receivers left and right.
You can see Fullerton right now. They're starting to tee off. Those linebackers are really going to start getting anxious. They're going to start bringing a lot of pressure almost every single down, and they're going to force them to do quick passes. There's the 5-man.
Blitz comes again. Don stepping up, has room to run. He's into Hornet territory, brought down again near the first down marker, and it looks like he has it. So Don with a good scramble, and you talked about it in the pregame, Coach. Don with 442 yards on the ground.
Does a great job. He just sidesteps the middle linebacker blitz and gets, they're going man behind it, so there's going to be a lot of yards on those blitzes today if he can get through the level 1 guys.
Yeah, now if you bring a lot of pressure like they do, does that make it more difficult or problematic to have a spy on a mobile quarterback? Or are you kind of gambling that you can, more or less contain them in the backfield?
Yeah, they won't spy them. I think they're going to play their athletes and just let their athletes come up and run up. That might not beat them.
Play action to Davis. Wheeler on the screen, and he is crushed.
Yeah, speaking of athleticism,
Tim Gordon.
You just saw it. I mean, here he just shredded off a corner that was one-on-one blocking with him, and wide receiver goes in and just blows it up.
Gordon at the tail end there. Well, that's good sure tackling in the open field by Tim Gordon. 3-yard loss on the play, so it's 2nd and long once again for American River. And so far they've escaped a couple of times in long situations. A completion to Wheeler, a scramble by Don.
Yeah, look for a little bit of pressure to come up here, and either the quarterback's going to have to get rid of it quick or he's going to have to run for a first down, hopefully.
2nd down and
There's
13,
pressure.
Down with a straight drop. Blitz coming again, has time, going deep over the middle, but it's overthrown.
Yeah, Fullerton's, if they get American River happy-footed, it could be a long day, but, it's early and he's doing a good job, but now it comes up 3rd and long. Like
yes, so far the protection looks pretty good as they've dialed up the blitz. A couple of times there. That time it was Williams, the intended target. So a 3rd down and 13 coming up.
Yeah, when you watch Fullerton on film, what you see is so many blitzes. So now you're in the head of the quarterback for American River, and he's thinking, man, they're going to be bringing blitzes. So he's got to just settle down. He is getting really good protection, like you mentioned.
Don with the straight drop, has time, pump fakes. moving left, still looking, tries to dump it short, and it's dropped. But that play likely going nowhere. Parcells had outstanding coverage on Wheeler.
Yeah,
and that'll bring on the punting unit.
When you're doing a 5-step drop and it's the ball needs to be delivered or get out of the pocket and scramble a little bit. When he did that, he got out of rhythm, and when you're out of rhythm at quarterback, it's not going to go anywhere.
So we'll see Manyweather back to return the punt, and we go back to the SCFA championship. Manyweather with a critical play this 2 weeks ago here at Chappelle Stadium. See, Manyweather takes the punt and able to make a terrific individual effort and get it in for the touchdown. That was a significant play as we returned to live action. Manyweather on the return tripped up at the 25-yard line. But when Manyweather made that return, we were heading toward the half in the SCFA championship, and Riverside was really in control in that game. They were leading 13-8. They'd put 13 points in a row on the board, and they were really doing a good job of stifling this Hornet offense as well. And that just shows you how big special teams can be. And Manyweather really turned that game completely around. Instead of trailing, the Hornets went into the half, leading that game, and then really opened things up in the second half, especially on the ground, and pulled away for the victory. So Manyweather been heroic here in the first 2 weeks of the postseason. Hoy with the play action completes this one to Walker. Walker has the first down out to the 43.
What a great grab there, catching it behind his body. Hoy did not exactly put that out in front.
Yeah.
Terrific adjustment. We see the replay.
This is just an RPO. He's going to read the outside linebacker. If the outside linebacker comes up on run, he's going to throw the pass to the quick slant, and that's exactly what he did. Great football right there.
We have a Beaver player down on the field. They're taking a look at him. Walker missed the game 2 weeks ago against Riverside College. So back in the fold here with an early catch. Fullerton has the first down at their own 43. We'll step aside very briefly while they take a look at the injured player. You're watching the 3C2A championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. And hey, fans, jump in here on our trivia questions today. We're starting in the NCAA with name the last head coach to lead his alma mater to an NCAA football championship. Set to go here. First and 10 from the 43. The Hornets picking up just their second first down here. We're midway through the first quarter, 7:18 remaining. Blitz coming, Hoy with time, going deep, wants Walker again, just overthrown. Walker couldn't run it down. Dangerfield had the coverage.
Yeah, they do a slight roll to the right-hand side, pulls the free safety, and then they throw backside on a deep, skinny post. He needs to hang, obviously you want to hang that up a little bit more so this guy can run underneath, but still a very good design play.
Yeah, when we brought up the skill position players for Fullerton to show you, to introduce you to some of the key offensive players, we listed 4 wide receivers for the Fullerton College Hornets. How deep are the Hornets? Justin Walker, who has more touchdowns than any receiver this season for the Hornets, not in the top 4, and that was not an omission because they have that many receivers. Gross with the reception near the marker, but he's shy by about a yard.
Yeah, it's just hard on the coaches to figure out how to use all the receivers sometimes, but you know what? If they're all kind of even and they can all do great things, then it's a great opportunity to get a lot of people in and be fresh.
Coach, is this 4-down territory?
You know what? For Fullerton, it may be. I don't.
Second effort here. It looks like they are going to get the first down. Is moving the pile. The Hornets get the first down. That's tremendous work by Philip Butler.
Yeah, just power football right there. They're just going to push everyone into the gaps and just slide off the big butts of the offensive linemen.
And we will introduce you to that offensive line here momentarily for the Hornets. Butler, ironically, when we talked to Tim Burns, the first thing he said about Philip Butler was his great breakaway potential, but he showed pretty good inside running there. Hoy off the back foot, and that one nearly picked off, going for Dory Simpson.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Hoy's really a little bit rusty right now.
You take a look at the offensive linemen for Fullerton. They've been so good this year, as evidenced by the fact the Hornets averaging 517 yards per game. And as I made the point earlier, talking to Tim Burns, unbalanced offenses don't put 500 yards on the board every single week. And that says a lot, I think, about what this offensive line has been able to do.
Yeah, they're the heart and soul of this team. Look at them push people around right there.
Hewlett off tackle on the right side, runs into a wall after a pickup of about 5.
You know, the nice thing about that wall is that's the free safety, which we call the free hitter. And if that free safety is the free hitter every time, they're going to have a, you know, second 5, third 5 at all times.
Yeah, Barry Edwards on the stop, but not before Hewlett makes it a 3rd and 5. Hoy with time. Lobs the far side, incomplete. Simpson had room on the far side.
Just off a step right now. They got a little wheel route going up the sideline, wide open, just kind of overthrew him by, you know, half a foot.
I thought Hoy was getting a little pressure down low. He might have looked back to his feet.
Yeah, you know, it's 4th down. Now they're going to go ahead and punt.
Well, I think in this situation too, maybe just a little bit of nerves for Hoy. The protection's been pretty good early on. I think he's had time to throw.
Special teams a factor last week or 2 weeks ago versus Riverside. Remember, they caught everybody off guard by going for 2 on the initial touchdown score.
I know it successfully threw me off, but I don't really know if that was the intent. Williams signals for the fair catch, makes it at the 10. 6:05 remaining in the opening quarter, and American River has the early lead. They're on top 3-0.
And that's a good Burns did a great job there. I think he's going to pin him back. They have not really moved the ball at all the entire game. So if they can hold him here, they'll get a punt, maybe get back to good field position.
Why do him any favors?
Exactly.
Over the last couple of weeks, they have 3 interceptions, including a pick 6 by Taj Jones in the victory over Riverside in the SCFA championship. So this has been a big play defense. We talked about the turnover differential on the season. American River will work 1st and 10 from their 10. Dante Davis in the backfield behind Don. Davis gets the call through a little hole on the right side. Parcells drags him down after a gain of 3.
Yeah, single back power. They pull their backside offensive lineman right up through the hole and get a couple 3 yards.
And they've come back with Kirby, or I should say Eddie Ortiz in the backfield. So it looks like they're trying to get a little bit bigger, spread out the formation on the first couple of possessions. But as you talked about, Coach, really haven't been able to get much going.
In fact, that's their best run gain right there. They went away from zone and went more with a direct blocking scheme, and we'll see maybe that's one of their adjustments right now.
2nd down and 7. Don looks over the defense, has the snap. Davis over his left guard, dragged down after a pickup of a couple. So a 3rd down and 5 coming up on the season.
Same play, just back to the other side, and those linebackers filled quickly and made the play in the backfield.
American River comes in 36% conversions on 3rd down. That's roughly middle of the pack. They were 28th in the state. But they're probably going to need to improve on that number here.
Yeah, there's no doubt. They're all looking. They're running no huddle. They're looking at their coaches. Coaches are giving them plays right now.
So they'll empty the backfield as Wheeler in the slot on the far side. Don on a designed roll, looking left, throws left. Wheeler makes the catch, has the 1st down, a gain of 7.
Yeah, they're doing a good job moving the pocket right now. He just kind of did a little sprint out to the left side and hit a guy in the flats that the linebacker was covering, the running back.
Well, Coach, not hot or cold, maybe a little lukewarm here in the first quarter for Griffin Dunn to start things off, and not all that bad.
No, he's actually, you know, when you said this percentage, 47%,
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing a great job right now managing the game. I think the coaches are doing a great job calling the plays that he's very comfortable with. On the other hand, I think Hoy has got a less percentage as we speak right now.
Yeah.
Lee Reed, Delicio Callaway in the bunch formation on the near side. 1st and 10 for the Beavers. Davis up the middle, cuts it back after a gain of about 5.
Yeah, just an inside zone to the right side. Nice little hole there. Picks it up, lowers his head. Big collision in the middle, though.
Davis came in, just 48 carries on the season for 240 yards. So he's averaging 5 yards a carry with a couple of touchdowns, but he has become the #1 guy over the last couple of weeks. And it looks, at this point, late in the first quarter, as if it's going to be Dante Davis here today. Play action. Don with the pump fake, throws off the back foot, and it's overthrown incomplete. Deshaun Taylor had the coverage.
They're doing a little screen. They were hoping to pick that corner up on the screen and then just wheel out of it and go deep on it, and it just didn't work. So it ends up being like a trick play that didn't work. You're almost just trying to throw it away or create a one-on-one matchup.
And we have a player down, Ben Davis, on the offensive line, and a flag down as well in the backfield. So sorting out a couple of issues here. 3:26. We're dealing with a lot of stuff here.
Well, really?
I guess is what's going on.
You know, I like what American River's doing, though. Although they're not completing that pass, that does take its toll on the defense of Fullerton, because now they got to be aware of double moves and good adjustments off of their base plays, and that's going to put a little pressure on their defense.
Yeah, now how much, one of the first things I said about the matchup when I talked with Tim Burns, he said, well, we're going to try and bring pressure defensively. That's what we do. So obviously that's something that that American River is going to know coming into this game and account for. But how much Fullerton, how much are they used to that? In other words, can we take it to the next level here and say, is Fullerton very comfortable dealing with double moves, because they so often must see them, knowing the kind of game that they play?
Fullerton sees this style of offense every single week because they sell out in the box, which puts one-on-one coverage on the outside edges and in the backer spot. So they're used to double moves, and they're going to have to be really, really good, American River, to execute.
Well, they get a little help here with a penalty against Fullerton, taking it all the way out to the American River 42, where they'll have it 1st and 10.
Yeah.
So the Hornets hurt themselves with a turnover early. Now a penalty gives American River another set of downs.
Penalties are going to play a big part in this game. If this is a close game, Fullerton's they have a high number of penalties each game typically. And with that being said, it could adjust the game and create momentum in the other way.
Yeah, one of the leaders as a team in penalties against on the season here in the 3C2A.
There's no doubt about it. I've looked every year, and I looked at the highest penalty teams, but they're usually the best teams also. So they're just it makes no sense in one direction, but they're all over the field.
When we were researching as we got ready for the playoffs, it was something like 4 of the top 5.
Yeah, I told my team we just got to have more penalties.
Never thought I'd hear the day. The coach would say it. Davis on the left side gains about 3.
Unfortunately, we had penalties, but we didn't win as many games.
Well, you just have to keep on practicing those penalties, I guess.
So.
2nd down and 7.
Well, they're doing a better job on 1st down. They're actually moving the ball a little bit now on 1st down, where they weren't doing in the very first few series. So
positive yardage on every carry. Yeah, exactly, so far. Again, the Hornets showing blitz. Here they come. Don with time, throwing right, and it's dropped.
Yeah, they did a little freeze play there. I think the center thought that they were Fullerton was offsides, but they really weren't. So that becomes a gutsy call because it's not a free play.
Parker trying to seal off Jones, and he had his hands on it, but couldn't quite secure the reception. Jones had good coverage. I shouldn't necessarily refer to that as a drop. It was a difficult catch for Parker, certainly. And a 3rd down and 7 upcoming.
You go from playing with house money to taking out a loan. Luckily, they didn't get burned.
Exactly. It's a scary way to do it sometimes.
Football resting on the American River 45-yard line. Jamal Scott showing blitz. Here he comes. The Hornets on the rush. This one slung out on the near side. Terrific leaping catch by Williams. He is short of the 1st down marker. They have it at the 49. That'll bring up a 4th down and 3, and really no decision here. They'll send out the punting unit. American River going to play field position here late in the 1st quarter.
I think this is a spot where you play field position, but later on in the game, I feel like ARC is probably going to have to take some chances later on, considering how potent this offense can be for Fullerton.
Yeah, they have the luxury right now of having the lead, but
yeah, right now they're just going to keep it safe. There's no reason for them not to. I mean, the score is
not
not really an issue right now.
So Justin Manyweather waits at the 15-yard line for the punt from Craven. So Anthony Craven has the snap, gets this one away, angled toward the near side. Manyweather going to let it bounce. It's inside the 5. Boy, what a job by Craven. Angling it out of bounds, coffin corner to perfection as it's out at the 2-yard line. A 48-yard punt, and the Hornets will start from the shadow of their own goalpost here late in the 1st quarter.
Yeah, there's no doubt as of this moment, special teams is the best team on the field. They're doing a great job, and it's creating a whole different game for Fullerton right now, pinning them back 98 yards from the next end zone.
Well, early on in the game against Ventura in the semifinals in the SCFA, the Pirates had the early lead, and the Hornets got things going with a long drive on their 2nd possession for a touchdown after the Pirates had taken the lead. Hoy on a designed roll. Completes it to Wilder. Wilder with a little move at the 20. Still on his feet. Finally dragged down at about the 23. Just couldn't get past the 2nd wave. But a 21-yard gain as Hoy finds Wilder.
Yeah, great 1st down play. They're just going to do a flood to the right side, roll him out, and he hits a 2nd level receiver.
Hornets quickly to the line. Hoy has the snap. 4-man rush. Pressure coming. Hoy going to be sacked in the backfield.
Yes, Hoy does not take many sacks. That'll be probably one of a few because he's usually very dynamic and is able to get out of trouble.
It was Adam Lopez here coming free, and that's a great job by Lopez, and I think a great job by the defensive backs as well, as Hoy was continuing to work through his progression but ran out of time.
Yeah, American River, they kind of look like they're in layers right now. So when the first defensive lineman got to him and when he was starting to escape, another guy showed up. So it was a great way to get to Hoy.
Well, the Hornets on the season been pretty good in protection. 28 sacks allowed. That's a fairly high number, but when you consider Hoy's propensity for extending plays, trying to make things happen, I think that factors into it a little bit as well.
Yeah, with a more of a drop back style passer, you're probably going to try to get that ball up. But like you said, Hoy's going to keep onto that ball if it's not perfect, and he's going to try to make something happen. It turns into a sack every once in a while.
Interestingly, Tim Burns, talking about Jordan Hoy, said that in high school there was a lot of effort from his coaches to try and increase his drop back passing to make him into more of a drop back passer, but that Hoy really just had his own style of playing, and that he's trying to just let him be a little more free back there. The handoff up the middle and a short gain on the play. Claiborne, or should say Madar, in on the stop.
And going back to the Burns about Hoy, I mean, that's really what's gotten Fullerton to this point is Hoy and his ability to make plays.
So it's a 3rd down and 14 for the Hornets. Thought on the first play to Wilder that maybe they were going to get something going offensively, but now they face a 3rd and long. Five defensive backs on the field for American River as the Hornets try to spread them out. Hoy with the snap, 4-man rush. Steps up, good pocket, guns the near side. It's too high for Gross. Gray had the coverage. The Hornets are going to have to punt.
Yeah, 3rd and 15. I've looked at a lot of offensive playbooks. Being an offensive coach, we don't have a ton of 3rd and 15 plays. So, they kind of stuck with that. Did little stop routes right at the sticks, and it's going to be very hard to convert a lot of those.
Especially against a team that's so well coached defensively in ARC. Really impressed with what they've done early on here to really negate anything offensively that Fullerton's trying to get going.
Yeah, they get the sack there. That's always a drive killer. And it kills this drive for the Hornets. McGee on to punt. Short kick. Williams will let this one bounce. It does take a Hornet bounce into Beaver territory. And it will be down at the 45-yard line. And with 22 seconds remaining in the first quarter, American River will have the football in very good field position.
Yeah, a lot of wind in the face of the punter there. It didn't come off his foot very good, but the punting of Fullerton's been very below average right now with yardages, and it's putting American River in great field position.
They'll spot it at the 44-yard line. And if you're American River, you have to be very pleased at this point. How many teams, I wonder, have been able to get through the first quarter without the Hornets getting on the scoreboard?
Absolutely, and I look for American River really to take some chances on this drive. I think this is the time and the spot on the field to try to set the tone for what this game could be for them.
It's great. Great point. Look for Torian Williams here.
Jabari Johnson split out wide to the left, has checked in as well. They'll start out with the short pass. 1st down yardage.
Yeah, good football there. A little play action. Just throw it to the slot receiver. Yeah, get a 1st down. You can't complain about that call at all. It's perfect.
It was the aforementioned Torian Williams.
Hate it when I'm right.
Scott on the stop. The clock continues to move, and American River will let the first quarter run out, but they have the ball 1st and 10 at the Fullerton 42 with a 3-0 lead here as you watch the 3C2A championship game here on SoCalCollegeSports.com.
This game has been brought to you in part by Wilson, the official ball of the 3C2A. ETS, eteamsponsor.com. IDX, giving you the power to create. Jostens, the official ring of the 3C2A.
American River with it, 1st and 10 at the Fullerton 42 as we start the second quarter, and the Hornets in a very unfamiliar situation here. Scoreless on the board and trailing in this one.
Yeah, I think they've taken a little gulp there and say, hey, we better get back on track here, but American River's going to try to put an end to that.
Don with the pocket collapsing, evading pressure, still directing traffic, and he's brought down. Montre Bonner able to track him down. No gain on the play.
Yeah, that's where athleticism, I wish he probably had a little bit more speed around that corner. He probably had about 15 yards in front of him, but the defensive line of Fullerton's so athletic, they tracked him down.
Well, Bonner terrorized the Ventura College Pirates in the semifinals with 4 sacks of quarterback Jake Luton in that one, and he has really come on. He's up to 10.5 on the season.
Yeah, you just look at those guys down there. I mean, they're just the stature, their athletic stature, their ability, and their strength is top-notch.
They give Don a 1-yard gain on the play, so 2nd down and 9 coming up. Ortiz in motion, and whistles come in on the snap.
You know, they've changed, American River's changed up their offensive scheme. Now they're in a 20 personnel, which is a 2-back set, 3 wide receiver set, so they're trying to get a little bit more power football going and laying off the zone a little bit, I think.
Coach, you want to take one more crack at the trivia here? Name the last head coach to lead his alma mater to an NCAA football championship.
I do not want to spoil it for the viewers, so I'm just going to hold out on that.
Well, we're going to go to the answer now. Philip Fulmer, Tennessee, 1998.
I thought it was Steve Spurrier initially because I remember that Steve Spurrier went to Florida. And I knew they had won it in '96, so didn't really know that one. The other one that I thought was interesting, for college football fans here, was I thought about Gene Stallings at Alabama because I knew he played for Bear Bryant, but I now believe that because Gene Stallings wasn't listed, I think Stallings might have played at Texas A&M for Bear Bryant. For those that might remember far enough back, I am not old enough to remember that, but.
Trivia question number 2.
We'll just move right along here.
Oh, we have a break in the action. Why not?
That's exactly it. Let's just keep it moving here. We're in the second quarter.
Rattle it off.
Question number 2. There have been 3 running backs. We'll move to the NFL. There have been 3 running backs who led the league in rushing while playing for teams that made the Super Bowl in that season. Name them.
Who's the Cowboys running back?
That might be one of them.
Yeah.
There is a chance. Meanwhile, returning to the action on the field, it's 2nd and 9 as we've sorted everything out. And Don, flanked by backs, short drop, fires on the right side. Gordon tried to jump the route, but the pass incomplete. It's a good thing that pass was overthrown for Namani Parker because Gordon had a beat on that football.
Yeah, it goes back to the one-on-one coverages on the outside. They're just trying to do the 8 to 10-yard little out routes and just try to drive it in on time. But
3rd and 9.
So a 3rd and 9 coming up for American River, and had a couple of opportunities here early, but the Hornet defense has, for the most part, found a way.
Yeah, I expect American River to just stretch the defense. They got to, throw that ball deep every once in a while just to get them off balance. And
Don looking left, feeling the pressure, throws on the run on the far side, and the catch is made. Lee Reed with the reception inside the 20 as we'll go to the replay. It's a nice job by Don extending the play.
Heck yeah, it's better to be lucky than good sometimes. He's in a point when he's running around for his life back there, throws the ball up, and big guy just pulls it in.
So Lee Reed, who came in 4th on the team in receptions with 18 receptions on the season, but that's a huge one.
Yeah, Reed's about twice the thickness of the DB there, and he just stood there, and the DB ran in his back, and he caught the ball.
Yeah, he's working on Tim Gordon over on the far side. So he remains in the game. Receivers left and right. Don working from the shotgun. Wanted the slant route, and it's broken up. Arthur Jackson, the intended target, but that's D'Angelo Ross on the coverage.
Coach, I thought I saw Ross come in there a little hot there. I thought there might have been interference before the ball got there.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they might have got away with a little bit of one. There was definitely some contact there, but I think these officials are going to let these guys play. They're not going to be too ticky-tack.
Well, hey, they were in the hurry up earlier. Maybe they just want to get out of here.
Yeah,
Second down and 10.
there's another game tonight, so they got to get on it.
They've already booked this room for another party coming in. They'll bunch the receivers to the near side as they go trips left on 2nd and 10.
Happy hour Saturday, downtown Disney. Who knows?
Quick snap to Don, and whistles come in on the snap. This will be a penalty against American River. Or a timeout. Okay, timeout taken. So American River takes the timeout before the snap. 13:26 remaining here in the first half. American River on the move, leading Fullerton 3-0. It's the 3C2A championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Second down and 10 for American River. They have it in the red zone at the Fullerton 13. Play action. Dunn fires into the end zone. Broken up. Gordon just got a hand in. He wanted to go back to Lee Reed.
Yeah, he tried a back shoulder throw there, and it's not going to work. They're going to be attached to those guys anywhere from 10 to 15 yards, and they're just going to peel off. So it's going to have to be an amazing catch and throw for that to happen.
Well, he almost slipped it in there.
Yeah.
But Gordon had very good coverage.
Yeah, they're bringing heat every time. They're basically going one-on-one, man coverage across the board.
Well, you do see what Coach Burns was talking about with some of the size as you look at Williams and Reed, Jackson in the game as well. It is a big core of receivers. See if American River could take advantage here on a 3rd and 10. Pop flied on the near side. Jackson the intended target, but he's going to run out of room.
He needed
Makes
the soccer
catch.
line.
Yeah. Needed the doubles line.
Yeah,
4th down and 10 now coming up.
Timing's just all messed up there. You got to get rid of that ball a little earlier to make that one work. But, Fullerton pressured him, got him out of rhythm, and took too long to throw the ball, and the receiver was out of the route.
There was a flag on the play, but they're going to pick it up. So this will be a 30-yard attempt from O'Rourke, who's already hit from 41. For the Hornets, good news here. No matter what O'Rourke does, it remains a one-score game as another flag comes in.
Substitution infraction. Offense.
Okay, so 12 men on the field. Going to back it up 5 yards.
Well, he'd thrown the flag initially. I think he just wanted confirmation from another line judge, and I think he came in and said, yeah, I think there's too many guys out there.
So O'Rourke will fire this one straight away. It now is a 35-yard attempt. Well, O'Rourke already improved on his season long with a 41-yarder earlier.
It wasn't pretty.
The snap, placement down, the kick is up. O'Rourke's kick is long enough and good. So the hero early on, none other than Max O'Rourke. A pair of field goals, American River extends on the lead. They now lead at 6-0 here early in the second in the 3C2A championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Well, the Fullerton College Hornets ran a very tough gauntlet this year in a very deep Southern California Football Association. They've won a couple of playoff games, so you wouldn't really expect that they're rattled at this point, but this cannot be what they were anticipating in this game, trailing 6-0 here early in the second.
Absolutely. Neither team is going to be rattled with this score being like this because they've been through a lot to get here, and they're very poised and ready to strike at any time. So it'll be an interesting last
McNeil
13 minutes.
from the 4. Out to the 20 with a head of steam. He's at the 30, slips out of a tackle at the 35, and brought down at the 39. So a good return by McNeil sets up the Hornets in very good field position.
There we see special teams again. I mean, everything's special teams related.
As we watch McNeil here, this is a good job with the blocking up front. McNeil finally with a little bit of running room.
He's a load to bring down, Coach.
He is, I mean, he's got to be almost 270 pounds of just bigness.
He's being,
That's a word.
being recruited in the Pac-10, most notably by UCLA. So he already has an offer from UCLA, does DeAndre McNeil. Receivers left and right from the 39. Hoy on the give. Running room straight up the middle for a gain of about 7. It's Anthony Wood on the carry.
Yeah, just midline zone right down the middle. I think American River's doing a good job. They lined up in a 7-man box, and then they stretch out late and trying to give Hoy a false read.
It's a good push up front, and you see the lane there for Anthony Wood. Live action now on a 2nd and 3. They'll go back to Wood, lowers the shoulder, continues to churn the legs, and he got very close to the first down marker. It's going to come down to the spot.
Yeah, same play right there. Anytime you get 2nd and short, 2nd, 2 or 3, they're going to be running the ball. You got 2 plays to get a first down.
And that will move the chain. So the Hornets with a quick first down. They have it at their own 49, 1st and 10.
Almost seemed like the Hornets came out with a different sense of purpose on this drive.
Yeah, you know, you got Hoy's just, probably setting up some run-pass options. They're going to read those linebackers, see if they can't slip a ball through there eventually, I bet.
Grossman in motion and a big lane for Wood. Bouncing off tacklers, he's down to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, when you're running like that, just keep it running. You don't even need to think about the RPOs or run-pass options at all.
21 yards, and we'll see here on the replay. And again, just a great job up front. I normally say that I could hit a hole like that, but I'm not sure. Hoy going into the end zone on the far side. Contact. The catch is made. It's a touchdown for the Hornets.
Yeah, that was not his number one choice. His number one choice is wide open in the flat, but he decided he was going to get a little greedy there and take it for a championship. Here goes the replay.
We got a replay on the completion to Gross.
See, underneath, he's wide open. He just goes deep and says, you know what, I'm going to go 50-50 throw there, and my guy's going to come down with it. Although that offensive guy did have a nice push-off that did not get seen by the referee out there.
Well, what did you say a few minutes ago? Sometimes better to be lucky than good. And, they get a fortunate call as Hoy finds the mark for the touchdown, all set up by some great running by the Hornets as well. Yeah. The extra point up and good, and just like that, Fullerton turns the tables and takes a 7-6 lead here in the CCCAA championship on SoCalCollegeSports.com. (7-6). Fullerton on top of American River after the touchdown strike. Hoy to Gross. And we do want to take time to recognize it's a big crew here today, bringing you multiple cameras here from Yorba Linda High School, the CCCAA State Championship. Dax Rubbish, Bree Marquez on the field cameras, Emery Johnson acting as technical director here today as well, Mike Zepeda. Of course, Jorge Zepeda of the Jorge Cam, of the Jay-Z Cam. With us here today, and on the kick, this one taken by Williams, but he falls out of bounds. A flag comes in at the 5-yard line.
I think the ball went out of bounds before he caught it.
Yeah, that's the only thing I think of is his foot was out of bounds. I don't know.
What are you doing?
I don't know what the flag's for.
Maybe just
out of bounds, 3 feet out of bounds. The ball will be placed on the 35-yard line.
so they're going to say it was out of bounds. Wow, that's a break for American River. That's a 30-yard call.
Huge break. When that thing's near the sideline, typically you're trying to let those guys, hey, let that ball go out of bounds. Let's take it on the 35. That's a huge break.
Maybe a bit of a makeup call there?
Maybe.
You mentioned maybe a bit of a push-off.
Just a little bit.
By the offensive player in that last drive.
But you know what? I've coached offense for a lot of years, and we tell our offensive receivers, go ahead and push off a little. It's very rarely ever called. Yeah. It's okay.
Eddie Ortiz in the backfield
See the Hornet photo bombing us.
for the Beavers. And it's Don on the keeper, trying the right side, gained about a yard.
I don't think Don's going to be doing that much more often.
No.
Sanchez in there on the tackle.
Yeah, he just goes with a zone read. They were reading off the 3 technique. He kept the ball, and the other, 8 guys just decided to tackle him.
And by the way, who shot the gap there? Parcells.
Yeah, Parcells.
Big surprise.
Every
Shocker.
time. It's just going to keep happening over and over and over.
2nd down and 9 for the Beavers from the 36. Don with a short drop, gets rid of it quickly, has Wheeler. He has the first down. Ridden out of bounds by Burris at the 49-yard line. They'll spot it at the 48, but good enough for a first down.
Yeah, there again, pressure coming from the top right side, comes in quick, and then he just dumps a little out route and gets positive yardage. Taking a lot of time to kind of get the plays in now. They're just kind of really seeing what the defense is doing at Fullerton and try to come in with a good play off of it.
Don again with a short drop, looking left, throws and completes it to Williams, and he is swallowed up immediately. D'Angelo Ross with the good stick after a gain of about 6. They'll give him a very good spot. They'll call it 7 yards. So a 2nd and 3 upcoming.
He'll take a 7-yard gain on first down, won't you, Coach?
Yeah, great job by the corner, though. That was like a pattern read. He read the number 2 wide receiver coming out to the flats. It turns into cover 2, and he comes up and just really puts his hat on him. But good play by American River, but he can get a little scary with that coverage, too, down the road.
A lot of short drops and quick passes from Don, but it's largely neutralized the pass rush of Fullerton. 2nd down and 3, some movement. Don on the keeper, tries to pick his way forward, but he stood up, no gain on the play.
There again, they got a 7-man box with pressure. They're going 4-on-4 on the outsides and all the wide receivers. Cover 0 right there. It's going to be tough to get any runs to work right there.
3rd down and 3, and you can hear it from the far side.
Yeah, Coach, I thought somebody jumped off sides there for Fullerton.
I think he got back is the way I saw it. I know that's what they see and that's what they want, but
I know ARC doesn't see it that way.
no, not at all. Of course not.
Brad Rittenhouse has checked into the game for Jackson.
Yeah, center would have snapped that a half a second earlier. It would have been an offsides free play.
And is this 4-down territory?
From the 45.
I don't think so. I think they'll.
I formation backfield on 3rd and 3. Davis tripped up behind the line, falls forward, got about a yard, but the penetration.
Oh, no.
And now a late flag comes in.
I think this is going against Hornets.
Well, I don't know. The Hornets are clapping there. It looks like it may be on American River on number 74.
So right now it's a 4th and 2, but we wait and see on the flag.
Now we'll never know if it's 4th down territory.
No, we won that.
As the officials will huddle up.
Yeah, when you've got a 1-point game and any time you're in a championship game, these penalties are going to come back to haunt you.
And field
They are the
position
difference.
so key here as they had it at the Fullerton 44.
Personal fouls, it's a travesty because it's a decision to do something after the flag, after the whistle's been blown. It's a conscious decision, unfortunately, and it's going to hurt any team big time.
Well, Craven, who had a huge punt in the first quarter, pinning the Hornets back at the 2-yard line on his first effort, is on again now as Manyweather waits inside his 30.
Yeah, this is where Manyweather is going to make his money. I mean, he's an absolute stud when it comes to punt return, and he's the scariest guy in the field right now for American River.
So American River spreads it out on the snap. Craven with it, gets this one away. Good kick. Manyweather takes it at the 23, slips out of one tackle, slips out of a couple of more tackles, trying to dance his way forward, but the coverage is excellent. He stopped after a gain of a couple on the return, and Fullerton will start from their own 25.
I saw that ball come off the foot, and it was kind of like a line drive, and I thought, oh, that's the worst thing that can happen because he'll get it quick before coverage gets down there. But American River did a great job smothering, swarming around him.
Well, their special teams play has really been outstanding. Of course, O'Rourke with a couple of field goals, but kick coverage has been pretty good, and that was outstanding coverage as well on the punt return.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting in the fourth quarter. Will special teams decide this thing? It may.
Woods at the 20, or Woods in the backfield as Fullerton starts from the 25. 3 wide receivers wide to the left. Blitz coming. Wood gets the call, loses the handle. That ball's loose. Picked up by Luke of American River. Anthony Luke, the second turnover of the game for Fullerton College. both coming deep in their own territory. American River has the ball in the red zone already.
Almost identical as the first turnover of the game when in field position. It's going to see, it's interesting. When these turnovers happen, does American River come up and take one over the top right now for a quick score?
Well, you think of the words of Tim Burns in this matchup. We have to execute. We have to take care of the football.
That's all we talk about as coaches. Turnovers are the number one thing that's going to kill you, or it's the number one thing that's going to help you win a game.
And it has to be viewed as a surprise. Not only has Fullerton taken good care of the ball, but American River hasn't been particularly adept at forcing turnovers statistically on the season. But they have a couple here. They have it 1st and 10 from the 16.
Double move. He's got
John with the double move. Has a man open, but couldn't get it out there in time. Wheeler was the intended receiver.
Man, Don took a shot.
Yeah, that defensive line for Fullerton, had they have been back one step, that would have been an easy touchdown for American River, but he's seeing the defensive line right now, and he's getting off target.
Oh, you can see it there on the replay that the double move. Wheeler was wide open, but the pass rush able to bail out the Hornets on that play. So a 2nd down and 10 from the 16-yard line, 9:06 remaining in the first half. An opportunity for the Beavers to go back out in front.
Oh.
They try to set up the screen. This one high in the air and picked off D'Angelo Ross.
Yeah, defensive lineman knocks the ball, deflects it high into the air. That's going to happen every time versus good defenses.
Yeah, we'll see the replay here, and what a great job getting the hands up. And Ross wins the battle for the ball.
Yeah, on all screens, it's the quarterback's responsibility to keep an open passing lane, and he didn't slide. If he slid a little bit more to his left, he might have had a better opportunity, but he threw the ball on time, it was blown up in the first place. Wasn't a very good play.
Ross with his 5th interception on the season. That leads the Hornets, and none bigger than that one. Wood in motion out of the backfield. Hoy with a deep drop. Might be a broken play as he scrambles around. He's going to might have gotten back to the line on the play.
Very ironic. Same exact play American River just ran for the pick. They just ran it here, and it did not work for the Fullerton side.
Patrick Walker able to stop Hoy. It's a loss of a yard on the play, so 2nd down and 11 for the Hornets from their own 36. Hoy has the snap. 4-man rush. Throws it right. Gross with the reception.
Yeah, definitely a low throw there, obviously. And when ball's in the ground like that, it gives the receiver no opportunity to get yards after the catch. Therefore, it's 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7 instead of a 3rd and 3.
So the short reception by Gross brings up a 3rd down and 6 from the 41. The snap to Hoy, the give straight ahead and going nowhere. No gain on the play. Anthony Luke wrapping up Anthony Wood.
Yeah, I think Fullerton thought American River maybe be more of an off defense and expecting pass and get him with a draw there. It just didn't work.
So a big play by Fullerton to thwart American River when they had it in the red zone, but then a good stand by the American River defense. And the battle of the defenses continues here in a 7-6 game.
Yeah, American River's defense has been outstanding all year, and that guy might be lined up in the neutral zone, but
no flags. High snap. McGee's got it. Just gets that one away. Here comes the flag. He was hit a ton back there. Williams wrapped up immediately on the return, but the Hornets are likely going to get it back here.
Yeah, that punter's probably going to stay on the ground right up until he can dance when he gets on the sideline because he's going to play this one out because he wants that 15-yarder, which he should. That was a big hit.
Now, is that pretty much, I think it's only sensible, but is that a little coaching 101 there? Is if you get hit as a punter, it's like whatever you do, don't get up.
Don't get up, stay there, and then when you get on the sideline, do your little victory dance. But, it looks like maybe he did take a shot, though.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't want to be unfair to him at all.
That was big-time contact. And I think, to be fair, that was an honest attempt to make a block. It was very close to getting the block as well for American River. So the Hornets.
Yeah, special teams once again. This totally changes the whole dynamic of this game and now puts them inside their own yardage. Now they've only got to go about 44 yards for a touchdown now.
Yeah, they'll place it at the American River 44, where it'll be 1st and 10 after the penalty. Roughing the kicker on McGee.
The punter's doing his victory dance now.
Hewlett. It's Hoy on the keeper on the play action. And Sammy Gray able to trip up Hoy. Modest gain on the play, about 3 yards.
Yeah, defensive end sucked in there. Hoy saw it, kept it around the outside edge, but nothing going because American River was swarming to the ball.
Second down and 7.
Hoy looks a little banged up there right now. Or tired.
Yeah, well, he had his struggles 2 weeks ago against Riverside as well. Blitz coming. Hoy tries to dump it short. Oh. Did Luke make the interception? Wow. And they're saying it's incomplete. Boy, Anthony Luke was very close. Be interesting to see if we have a shot on the replay.
Yeah, there was a confusion with the play also.
That is a terrific job by Luke. Sign that guy up for offense.
Yeah.
So the Hornets dodge a bullet. It's 3rd and 7 on the near interception.
Yeah, the receiver had no idea that ball was even going to be passed to him. They must have definitely had a miscommunication.
They'll go with an empty backfield. Hoy has the snap. Luke coming off the edge. The throw over the middle. Juggling catch is made by McNeil for the first down. That is a massive 3rd down pickup for the Hornets.
Yeah, McNeil's earning his pay right now after that first play. He's got some makeup to do after he coughed the ball up on the very first series, and he's doing a great job right there.
Well, good hands on that one on a low throw by Hoy. McNeil secures it, and the first down for the Hornets. Quarterback draw. Hoy swallowed up right at the line. Madar.
Yeah, coming off the very first play when they just hit the receiver that was wide open for him to keep the ball. Coaches come back with that call, but American River kind of just squeezed all the gaps, and there was nothing there.
Able to get about a yard, so a 2nd and 9 coming up, and continue to see fresh bodies for the Hornets. And this is one of the first times we've seen Justin Manyweather come out in an offensive set. He had just 4 catches in the regular season, but then he blew up for 6 catches for 102 yards and a touchdown in the victory over Ventura.
Yeah, a lot of room in the middle of the field right now.
4 wide receivers. Hewlett with a little stutter step, hit at the line, but manages to churn his legs for a pickup of about 3.
I think they got a chart, give the stat to number 72. He carried him for about those 3 yards.
So Hewlett, slow to get up, hobbles off, but under his own power. And a 3rd down and 7 coming up after the 2-yard run by Hewlett. Anthony Wood replacing Hewlett in the backfield. It's McNeil solo to the right. Trips left for the Hornets. Hoy rolling, looking left, finds Wilder. Wilder has the first down. The ball came out late in the play, but I think they're going to rule that Wilder was down.
Yeah, that's the same play they scored on the touchdown, but this time instead of him going over the top on the 50-50 throw, he just decided to pull it down to the first down. Great decision by Hoy.
Quickly to the line, the Hornets have it at the American River 16. Bubble screen on the outside. This is Manyweather leaping over a tackler. Down near the first down marker again. They'll spot it at the 11. So they'll give him about 5 yards on the play.
Yeah, very athletic play. Literally jumped over a defender to get an extra couple yards. This is putting Fullerton in the 2nd and short, which is a great opportunity for them.
Butler has checked into the game in the backfield, along with Sean McDonald. So they'll go a little bit bigger on 2nd and 5. This is Butler sweeping to the near side. Cuts it back. Butler with a lane. He's in for the touchdown.
Yeah, stretch zone to the outside. Pick your hole. They ended up getting everything around, sucking everything into the inside. The outside was wide open. 1 cut and scores. Great job.
So the touchdown run for the Hornets. And you know, we've already seen Wood, Butler, Hewlett in this game. And when we talked to Tim Burns, he talked about the running back position on this team. And you look at the stats of this team, and the leading rusher is Jordan Hoy. But, you know, for Tim Burns, he said that's going to be awfully misleading because we've got 4 guys that have real legitimate talent to move on and continue to play football at that position. And what's made this team so successful is the way the guys have bought into the system and been willing to step back and let other guys step up and have an opportunity. He said running backs, there's a healthy selfishness. You want the ball if you're a running back, but these guys have really bought in and been willing to share the ball, and that's been part of the success for this team.
Yeah, when you have 4 guys, I mean, if you only feed the ball to 2, the other 2 are going to get maybe a little disgruntled, maybe even leave the program. And this is a great way to do it. As long as they're, like you said, unselfish, this is the product of it. Your quarterback might have a misleading number, but ultimately, if you put all those running backs' numbers together, they're still the leading rushers.
Yeah, and probably no greater example of that than a guy like Gerald Hewlett. And we made this point in our coverage over the last couple of weeks. Hewlett, during the regular season, his high total for rushing yards was 39 yards. But in the playoffs, he's gone for 117 and 97 yards in 2 games. So here was a guy who all season, clearly had that kind of potential, but waited all that time, but finally got his chance and then made the most of it.
Yeah, when you have a few running backs too, you kind of let them run their course in the first half, and in the second half, whoever's hot might get a few more carries.
So the extra point is up and good, and it makes it 14-6. The Hornets with 14 unanswered, and they now lead it by 8. Williams on the far side, breaks a tackle at the 20, still struggling on his feet near the 30-yard line. So a good job by Williams in second effort. And now they'll try to break it up.
Another penalty by American River.
And we have another Beaver player down back near the 20-yard line on the far side.
Yeah, personal foul on American River, I think, and it's going to give Fullerton another 15 yards.
Yeah, well, they had that last drive stopped, but the roughing the kicker call extended the drive, and the Hornets took full advantage. And now on the kickoff, hurting themselves with another penalty. So the Beavers maybe starting to feel it slip away a little bit with 4:13 remaining here in the opening half. But, hey, Coach, they're still within 1 score here in a 14-6 game.
Yeah, this is exactly where anyone wants to be. It's going to be a championship game. It's going to be low scoring typically, and if it's within 1 touchdown, you're always right in the game, obviously.
Well, they're not doing themselves any favor here as they'll mark off the 15-yard penalty, and American River will start from their own 15-yard line.
Yeah, both teams are doing a good job of helping the other team with the penalties and just gave it back. It's a great return.
Yeah, Williams with a tremendous second effort to get out to the 30, but all for naught as Griffin Don lines up with Dante Davis to his right. Play action, screen it out, low throw, and they'll say it's incomplete.
There again, low throws, just especially on first down, it wipes out an offense. You got to get that ball up there around the numbers, let that guy have a chance. That's the same play they turned over earlier in the quarter as well.
So a 2nd down and 10 coming up on the incompletion to Wheeler. Dante Love has checked in the game. He's in the slot on the near side. As Don looks over the Hornet defense, Parcells showing blitz. Here they come. Pop flied on the near side. Catch made by Johnson out past the 30.
I don't know if that was offense or defense. There was a defensive guy in the neutral zone, and then he got back, and then there was a American River guy jump. So we'll find out.
Well, for American River, as the penalty was offsides against Fullerton, so that'll be waved off, and instead they'll take the catch by Johnson out to the 33. They haven't done a whole lot offensively in this half in terms of statistics, but I think they've been very good against the blitz so far in terms of protection for Don. And I think that's a little bit of protection, but also a little bit of scheme with a lot of short passes.
Right. I mean, it's still it's 5-man pressure. Most of the time it's really not 6-man, so they got 5 offensive linemen, plus they got a running back, so they can really protect that most of the time.
Don on a design roll, steps up, fires over the middle, and it's too high. Looking for Williams.
Yeah, trying to move the pocket for American River. Fullerton stays running around and pursues onto the quarterback and disrupts him once again. Defensive line is doing an amazing job for Fullerton right now. Definitely not making it easy for him.
Yeah, well, when I tried to talk a little bit about Bonner and Stepney with Coach Tim Burns, he was very quick to talk about the depth of that defensive line and say that a lot of the success comes from a number of guys at that position. Talking about Moore and Jans and Sanchez and the like chipping in as well. 2nd down, completion to Williams out past the 35. He's ridden out of bounds by Taylor at the 38.
Yeah, once again, pressure coming in. His outlet is a little 5-yard out route by his number 2 receiver, and he just delivers the ball in one step and throw.
3rd down and 5 coming up, and this is a massive 3rd down you have to feel for the Beavers here. Not simply on the scoreboard, but would love to stall the momentum now because you have the sense that the Hornets are starting to get it going offensively.
Yeah, you do not want Fullerton to get the ball right now with 3 minutes left. You want to get another 1st down and run this thing out and try to get some points.
Down with the snap. Another blitz coming, has time. Pop flies, has a man. Jackson with the catch. Jackson's at the 10. He's going to go.
One-on-one coverage out here to the left side. You know, he gets caught up a little bit, delivers the ball, had a separation by 6 yards.
Well, take a look at the replay here. The protection is outstanding. And Jackson with a lot of room there. He's 5 yards in the clear.
Yeah, you live and die with the blitz. You're going to put those corners on an island out there by themselves, and if the receiver gets a little separation, the quarterback connects, it's going to go with the house.
Well, if you're desperate for good news for Fullerton College, you are going to get the ball back with 3 minutes left here in the first half, just not the way you wanted to.
Yeah, it's nice to get some points out of it, though, for American River rather than turning it over on downs or something.
22nd touchdown pass of the season for Griffin Dunn. And that was a huge one. Well, you had talked about it as the extra point is good. You had talked about that looked like they were trying to set up some double moves, and that's a little bit of the scheme. There are a lot of dink and dunk short passes, but every so often taking that shot downfield, and they finally connected there to Jackson.
Yeah, you know, you have to versus a pressure defense because they're just going to be all over you, and they're going to make you, they're going to say, hey, if you're going to win, you're going to go over the top on us, which is the lowest percentage pass. But if you complete it, it looks like the highest percentage pass.
Well, the Beavers have come to play, and they are back within 1 point with 3:37 remaining in the first half, and the Hornets will get it back.
Yeah, no, an exciting play. I mean, that's as you play any type of defense like that, if you can get one-on-one, the nice thing is it actually completed. The defensive line's been making the American River quarterback move around all day, and that time he was able to set his feet and deliver the ball.
And we will see McNeil and Manyweather retreat for the Hornets. And remember, as we near the end of the first half here, American River, there's an opportunity here. They did defer, so they'll get the ball first in the second half. So this becomes, now what's interesting, it becomes, I think, a very big drive here for Fullerton. Maybe want to reestablish a little momentum. I don't think if you're Fullerton, you really want American River in this situation with that kind of momentum and getting the ball first here in the second half.
Yeah, with 3 minutes, they have all their timeouts. They really have plenty of time to go the full length of the field if they have to.
Here's the approach from O'Rourke. And this will be Manyweather from the 8 out to the 20. Met at the 25, but manages to get forward to the 30. So a 22-yard return as flags come in on the return. What a massive play. Griffin Dunn to Arthur Jackson. They'll spot it at the 28, but let's see on the flag.
Yeah, you know, kicking the ball to Manyweather, it's gutsy, I think. You know, they've been doing fine right now, but it's a numbers game. If he gets enough touches, something usually happens.
And he's had a massive postseason. We talked about the breakout game as a receiver against Ventura, and then just a massive punt return that completely changed the game against Riverside. So he's a playmaker to be sure. Meanwhile, the penalty against Fullerton will back them up to the 16-yard line, and that's where they will start. So Hoy will have Anthony Wood in the backfield.
Yeah, they'll have plenty of time to put a drive together if they're getting some first downs, and they may have to punt it. American River might get another chance as well.
Hoy has it. The give to Wood. Wood cuts it back. Has a running lane. Bounces off a tackle at the 30, and he's hit at the 33-yard line.
Yeah, stretch zone to the left side. What the running back's going to do is he's going to keep stretching until he sees daylight. He puts his foot in the ground, cuts it back up inside for a big gain.
Wood also went for 90-plus against Riverside in the victory in the SCFA championship 2 weeks ago. Hoy guns it out to McNeil, who is swallowed up after a short gain.
Good defense there. They just stayed off. They did not bite on the double move or the move by the quarterback, and was able to not get any gain whatsoever.
Rashawn York, the leading tackler for American River, and we haven't had an opportunity to call his name much here today, but that time reading that play well against McNeil. And they're going to say that McNeil lost a couple on the play, so back to a 2nd and 12 as Gerald Hewlett checks in the backfield. They'll spread it out with receivers left and right. Hoy with the play clock at 4, sends Hewlett in motion, better hurry. Now he's got to burn a timeout. So
That's not good.
I want to say that's Fullerton's second timeout. Or no, I thought Fullerton took a timeout earlier. But either way, they burned one here with 2:23 remaining in the first half. You are watching the 3C2A championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Second down and 12 for Fullerton from the 31-yard line. Hoy sends Hewlett in motion, has the snap, straight drop, throws off the back foot. Wilder with the catch, circles right, still on his feet, but he's tripped up. It's going to be a gain of about 3 on the play.
Great defensive play. He was about a half a step away from going about 15 yards and definitely probably getting a first down.
That's Rashawn York.
One too many jukes there, but a great defensive play.
York with the athletic play, tripping up Wilder, and it's a third down and long as we tick under 2 minutes remaining here in the first half. Hoy with the snap. Has time, steps up, still looking, feeling the pressure, tries to shovel this one for it's a very dangerous pass, and the catch is made by Hewlett. He's a couple of yards short of the first down.
Yeah, not quite designed shovel pass, but he kind of got away with one there and pressed it all the way down there and come out with a punt team. No timeouts. Huh?
Well, I'll tell you, an 8-yard shovel pass is going to hang in the air for a while. It's a pretty dangerous pass. But maybe, as much as anything, very typical Jordan Hoy. It's a little bit unorthodox, but guess what? It works.
Yeah, you got it there. It was in the air for a while, though.
So McGee from the 41 on to punt. Has the snap. Gets this one away. This one will bounce. It looked like it hit a player. It takes a good bounce for Fullerton back inside the 15-yard line. I thought that made contact with a player, but no call. And instead, they'll say that ball will be downed at the 14-yard line, and that's where American River will have it with 58.9 seconds remaining here in the first half, and the Beavers trailing it by 1.
Yeah, I think the punt returner, Arthur, probably would have liked an opportunity to have this one back. Letting that ball hit the ground took some valuable offensive yardage away.
Okay, now it looks like in a true upset, I was able to see something as it happened. At the 22-yard line is where they will mark it, so I think that did hit a player for Fullerton at the 22. And so American River with a little more breathing room with under a minute to go here in the first half. And Griffin Dunn will look to the sidelines on the far side. Don with the snap. Quick throw outside on the right side. And a gain of about 4 yards.
Yeah, they're going to call a crack cut there basically because the receiver came from the outside in and cut the corner. That's going to go against Fullerton, I think.
So Namani Parker had the reception, but we'll wait and see the resolution on the flag.
Yeah, one of the big safety measures they put in is really restricted a lot of the ways that defensive players are getting cut to protect their knees and everything. And this was a infraction on that, I believe.
So it looks as though the Beavers with one timeout here and under a minute to go. A little surprised that they would they'd put the ball in the air.
No, it's a very high percentage play right there. I mean, they still have 53 seconds. I think they're trying to get a few plays. If they can get to midfield, they can get really angry and get after that end zone, you know.
Yeah. Well, the penalty here is going to set them back.
Yeah, this might put them in a hole where now they might just eat the clock and go in at halftime.
For their part, the Hornets do have 2 timeouts remaining.
Yeah, now the clock's running.
Yeah, down to 47 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to try to just get out of this half and regroup and come out with a 0-0 game and get after it.
So American River, Don hands to Davis over his right guard, picks his way forward. He's out to the 16. So Davis picking up about 5 yards, and we'll see if that's the final play. The Hornets, for their part, not going to take any timeouts, it would appear. Well, now whistles come in, and, well, there you go. Well, they got to contradict me wherever they can, I guess. So the Hornets will take the timeout. 19.5 remaining here in the opening half. We'll step aside. The Hornets leading by 1. It's the 3C2A championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. $19.5 to go here in the opening half. And the Hornets clinging to a 1-point lead.
Yeah, I think
over American River.
Coach Burns maybe just hoping for maybe a bad snap or something that might put the ball on the ground and get him an opportunity to kick a field goal with that timeout.
A miracle at the Meadowlands here in a late defensive touchdown.
On the formation, not too much, just a little bit.
And Don will just kneel this one down, and the teams will head for the locker room. We head to halftime. Fullerton on top of American River, 14-13 in the 3C2A championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com.
About to get into the second half here. It's the 3C2A 2016 Football Championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Mike Cepeda, Jeff Stoynoff, Kevin Emerson from OCC lending us his time today. And, Coach, you've been fantastic for us, and we have a pretty good game in front of us.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, what a great defensive battle. I mean, if you really look at this, I think American River's got to be very excited right now, and because they've held kind of the offensive monster to very limited, only 200 yards, actually under 200 yards of offense, and American River's actually leading them in offense. So if you look at that locker room right now, I think the two coaches, the dynamics is the American River coaches are going to be, hey, we got them exactly where we want them. We've held their offense. Now let's go out there and put a few points up on the board and win this game. If you're Burns with their offense, you're probably a little frustrated going, hey, what's going on? Why are we not where we need to be average-wise? So we better get it turned around in the second half.
You know, Michael, I think something to look for in the second half. You go back to 2 weeks ago. It was a nip and tuck game in the first half against Riverside College, and Fullerton really committed to that running game in the second half. That's what I expect to see in the third quarter. It'll be interesting to see how American River College deals with that, but I think they'll go back to Hewlett, Wood, Butler on the ground. That's how they ultimately took control against Riverside last week, and I can almost guarantee that's what we're going to see here in the second half. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, and the success they had today has been on the ground. It really hasn't been the passing game really hasn't got them except for that one play.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think you're absolutely right. I think they're going to say, hey, let's stop playing games. Let's just go put it on the ground and get after it.
Yeah, we talked about how deep they are up front, not only offensively but defensive line. They need to start winning the battle in the trenches. I think they can do that with some fresh bodies going into the second half. But I got to tell you, I'm really impressed with these receivers for ARC, doing a great job of winning at the top of their routes. And we saw in that one play, the big touchdown play down the sideline for 62 yards, that really got ARC back into it. The Beavers knocking on the door here, trying to spring the upset.
Yeah, and they know that's probably what
game.
they're going to have to do to continue to win. If they are going to win this game, they're going to have to get some of those deep throws still ahead of them because Fullerton will not let up with the seven-man box and a lot of pressure.
Third quarter about to get underway here. SoCalCollegeSports.com's continuing coverage of the 3C2A 2016 Football Championship here from Yorba Linda. Stay tuned.
American River College, who deferred on the opening toss, will get it first here in the third quarter. And a return out past the 20 to the 23-yard line, and that's where the Beavers will go to work. Looking for the lead as they trail it 14-13.
Yeah, we're really going to kind of find out here in the next few drives what is their game adjustments, what are they going to do a little bit differently, what do they feel as a coaching staff that's going to kind of turn this game on both sides of the ball.
It'll be Griffin Dunn out to lead the offense. Dante Davis in the backfield. Well, Davis, talk about a hard day at the office for Dante Davis, and he had to feel like it was going to be 10 carries for 9 yards in the first half. But, you know, Coach, ironically, I think Dante Davis is going to be key in the second half, just continuing to give the defense something to think about. I think they have to continue to feed him the ball. The throw out to Johnson, complete out to the 31-yard line. An 8-yard pickup will set up second and short.
And that's the first adjustment you're seeing of the second half. Typically, they've been running it. They've gotten a few yards in the first quarter, second quarter, they got a few more yards, but they didn't get 4, 5, 6, 7 yards. So now they are going to go to the first down pass a little bit, and we'll see if that's one of their major adjustments.
For Johnson, that's his third catch on the day for 37 yards. And it's a second down and 2. Down with the snap. They'll try Davis. A little stutter step in the backfield, and he got maybe a yard. He's going to be near the first down marker. It'll come down to the spot here.
Yeah, looks like he's a little short.
And Davis had his helmet knocked off there, but he will replace the helmet, and now he'll have to come out for a play. So that could be significant here on the third and short, as they'll go back to Ortiz.
Coach, and that's a rule, correct?
Yeah, once that helmet comes off, you have to come out for one play, and that's a very tragic event here because they wanted to run the ball again. It's probably the same exact play. Now they've got to think, how are we going to do this now? To pass for 1 yard, I mean, a lot of bad things can happen.
This is Logan Kirby in the backfield. As Davis is out for a play, they'll crowd the line down on the keeper, and he's not going to get the first down. He lost a couple. Parcells leading the charge with a host of blue jerseys.
Don hurt.
So Don still down on his stomach. And they're going to take a look at him, and he was really swarmed under a couple of yards behind the line.
Yeah, they had no chance going. The defensive line just really penetrated the offensive line of American River, and there was no chance on this play.
Well, Don has seen a great deal of the action. The backup would be Chris Guillen.
Really have to be concerned with Don here. He is really writhing in pain and stomping the turf. And
yeah, they're looking at that right leg, and anytime I think that there's a swarm of tacklers or a lot of bodies in there, there's obviously the potential for to fall wrong or anything like that. So it could be anything, of course, but they're looking at that right leg of Griffin Don. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. 4th down for American River here. We're early in the 3rd quarter in the state championship game in the 3C2A on SoCalCollegeSports.com.
This coverage of football this afternoon has been brought to you in part by the 3C2A California Community College Athletics Association, the governing board over all community college athletics. And by eTeam Sponsor, eTeamSponsor.com. IDX, giving you the power to create. www.idx-tech.com. Jostens, the official ring of the 3C2A. Nevco. And finally, Wilson, the official ball of the 3C2A and the SCFA and NCFA football championship here in Fullerton.
Craven on to punt. Manyweather waiting at his 40-yard line. So Craven has the snap. Oh, and that one's partially blocked. It's going to be a blocked kick. The Hornets will pick it up. It's still loose at the American River 40. And the Hornets trying to advance the return, but they're going to blow the play dead, but not before the Hornets get a big play of their own on special teams. The blocked kick will go to the replay, catch the scrum as they pursued the ball after the block kick of Craven.
Yeah, they brought two guys on the outside right, just enough to slip of the outside guy, get one hand on the foot and the ball at the same time, create the block.
Coach, I have a question for you. You have the block in play there, and there's a scrum for the ball. If ARC comes up with that ball past the first down yard marker, is that a fresh set of downs?
No, because the ball landed behind the line of scrimmage, it's going to be Fullerton's ball no matter what, so it's kind of a freebie to get it now. If Fullerton picks it up and then fumbles it.
That's what I thought happened.
Yeah, and then it could go back to the other team.
Hoy on the play action, finds Walker over the middle. He's inside the 20 down to the 15.
Yeah, Fullerton needs to go for the jugular right here.
Yeah, special teams creates momentum, and that's exactly what it did for Fullerton, and they're coming out taking advantage of it.
Well, Coach, we covered Ventura College a lot this season. That's a team that feasts on special teams opportunities.
Quickly to the 16. The handoff straight ahead, Wood. Rather, it's Hoy on the keeper on the left side.
It's pretty good play action.
Yeah, not too bad. Normally not that impressive to fool me, but 2nd down and 8 coming up after a couple-yard pickup for Hoy.
Hey, this isn't your first rodeo.
I have seen this team now 3 weeks in a row. I think I'd be somewhat used to it.
Same location, too.
I'm getting very comfortable here in Yorba Linda.
Yeah, American River did a really good job because everyone wanted to go with the running back, but American River stayed home, and when Hoy kept it, there were people there for him.
Hewlett in the deep eye behind Hoy. Now they send him in motion. Hoy
Double
going to
pass.
swing it out
Double
to
pass.
Hewlett. Hewlett throws into the end zone and nearly picked off. Sammy Gray had both hands on it.
Coach, what's the old saying? That's why they play defense.
That's right. Defensive backs, right? But, hey, they had that set up, but he put it through a liner. If he would put a little air on, he might have had a chance. He probably should have just ate it and ran with it.
Yeah, they were trying to find Gross for what would have been his 2nd touchdown of the day. But Gray, with a good job, just couldn't quite secure the football. But it is now 3rd down and 8 facing the Hornets from the 14-yard line of American River. Hoy with the snap. Hoy on the keeper, sheds one tackle, falls forward inside the 10, down to the 9. He's short of the first down by about 3 yards. So it'll be a likely chip shot here for Aguilar.
Yeah, a little zone read. He kept the ball because the defensive tackle decided to widen, gave him a running lane up the middle, but then American River did a good job on backside pursuit.
Well, that's at least 3 times today that I can recall that the Hornets on a fairly substantial 3rd and long elected to keep the ball on the ground.
Yeah, well, it goes back to, when you run a trick play down here, it's got to work, and when it doesn't, it definitely sets you back.
So Aguilar from 26 yards out from the left hash. The kick is no good. Aguilar pulls it left.
What a win for ARC.
So ARC dodges a major bullet, gets it back, still trailing by 1. And you look at this matchup, and again on paper, it looked as though the Hornets had every advantage, but you're starting to get the feeling that ARC is getting the things that they need to get here to maybe pull off an upset, but they've still got some work to do, trailing it by 1.
And Don is still on the training table, still getting looked at.
So this will be Chris Guillen. Well, Guillen has seen some time on the season, so he's not coming off completely cold, but it has been Griffin Don for the most part at the helm for American River. Guillen looking right, going deep, and that one nearly picked off.
Yeah, he was
Burris.
wide open and along the sideline. Had he just driven that in hard on the back shoulder, it would have been a great and gutsy call for them bringing in the backup quarterback with a pass, but it almost benefited Fullerton.
Yeah, he was going for Nemani Parker, and Parker was in the clear, but Burris did a nice job closing ground and ultimately almost had the pick.
Yeah, sigh of relief for American River. They get another down here.
So it was a gutsy first down call. It's 2nd and 10. Hornets, quick throw. This one is picked off by Burris.
See ya.
Burris is going to walk this one in.
Wow. Hey, put pressure on the quarterback. They went right up the A-gaps. They brought 6 guys, did not touch the linebackers. He came through, had to throw off his back foot.
And it looked like there might have been some miscommunication between Guillen and Wheeler, the intended receiver. And they weren't on the same page, and Burris in the right spot for the 2nd consecutive game. The Hornet defense in with a pick 6.
Well, you know what fuels miscommunication? Pressure on the quarterback.
Pressure on the quarterback and probably about 5 snaps this week in practice. He probably didn't have many snaps to get ready for this week playing quarterback.
So a disastrous turnover. And now
2.
the Hornets are going to go for 2, trying to make this a 2-score game. So Hoy has the snap.
Oh.
They'll keep it on the ground. Hewlett going to go back to Hoy, and Hoy has the catch. So the trickery works the second time around. Hewlett on his 2nd pass attempt of the day this time finds the mark, going back to Hoy, and the Hornets now lead it 22-13.
Well,
Just see the tail end of the replay, and Hoy,
If
pretty
at,
good hands
first,
for Hoy.
if at first you don't succeed,
Yeah.
try it again. They go right back to Hoy. 22-13, now a 2-possession game here in the Beavers with it down a quarterback, and let's see if Griffin Don can maybe get back into the fray when we come back. SoCalCollegeSports.com's continuing coverage of the 2016 3C2A Football Championship here from Yorba Linda.
So the Hornets extend on the lead with the big play on defense, Javon Burris, with the interception return for a touchdown, and they now lead at 22-13. This one returned from the goal line and out to the 16-yard line. That was Wheeler on the return. Meanwhile, we have a Hornet player down at about the 10-yard line.
Yeah, when you look at the offensive play call right there for Fullerton, you have a bag of plays that you use sometimes, but sometimes you don't use them until the last game. And the way you think of it, hey, I got this play. I'm not leaving anything in the bag today. We're going to put everything out there today. It's the last game of the season.
Well, the Hornets did lead by 8 in the first half. And in that instance, American River was able to answer back. The big play to Arthur Jackson pulled the Beavers back within 1. They'll have to do something similar here as they're back down 9 points. as they continue to look at the Hornet player.
Griffin Don getting ready to come back in.
Well, I think, I think to be fair to Chris Gein, a tough spot, he comes in against a defense that really brings it. But a couple of misfires and the miscommunication leads to the Burris touchdown for the Hornets. So it's a tough assignment for Gein. I think American River is really going to need Griffin Don here.
Well, Don, the freshman QB, he's a stud. We talked about how hot and cold he was. He held himself and showed pretty well in the first half. He does go down, gets dinged up, goes out for a series, results in a TD going back, a pick six the other way for Fullerton. But let's see what type of resolve these Beavers have as we see the Fullerton player come back off. Coach, I'm going to ask you right here, put you on the spot. Griffin Don coming back in from an injury, looked like he was favoring his left leg. What is from a coaching standpoint, what are you doing coming after him right here?
Well, you're just going to have to put as much pressure on him, make him think. I mean, it's kind of like when you got a wounded animal, you're going to take advantage of that, and you're going to go after it, and that's exactly what they've got to do.
Blood in the water.
What's that?
Blood in the water.
Blood in the water, exactly. Shark it up.
Well, you saw American River bring Gein in cold off the bench and go to a couple throws immediately, so we'll see how they work with Don returning. Davis in the backfield as they spread it out, receivers left and right.
Don back in the game.
Don has the snap, straight drop, pressure coming, tries to spin away from one, but he's going to be sacked. Back at the 10-yard line, Bonner again among the first to get there. Got a little help from Jermichael Moore.
Speaking of the mental game right now for American River, this is a huge drive right here. They really need to hopefully, get through the sticks there and get some first downs, because if not, game could go get a little out of hand.
Second down and 15. Don again dropping back, gets away from Stepney. Rolling out, still under pressure, tries to pick his way forward. He's out to about the original line of scrimmage, a pickup of 5 on the play, and a third down and long coming up.
Coach, I don't know if they extend this drive here, but you have a freshman quarterback out there that's obviously dinged up, and he goes down and he tucks it and runs. What kind of leadership does that require, and how does that rally the rest of the team?
Well, in that particular one, I mean, I think he's got to put himself in position. He's not going to get a first down on that. I think he might have wanted to keep alive and maybe look, but his receivers didn't really convert into a scramble rule, so he's kind of stuck running the ball.
Yeah.
Third down and 9 after the 6-yard run for Dom. They'll go trips left. Dom with a straight drop, another blitz coming. He has good time. Rainbow's the far side.
Got it.
No signal yet. They're going to say it's incomplete. Ross had the coverage on Parker. Parker couldn't bring it down, and that'll be a quick 3 and out, and American River's going to have to punt.
Yeah, defender was draped all over him. It was I thought it was impressive that he
Flag
got
in
that
the
close to
backfield.
the catch. Oh.
Yeah, we do have a flag on the play, so let's wait and see on the call.
Well, the offense is staying out there.
Might be roughing the passer.
Holding.
Okay, this is going to go against American River, so we will see the punting unit for American River. Speaking of D'Angelo Ross, and I want to keep it here for a second. Tim Bird said something fascinating about D'Angelo Ross that in my conversations with a number of the coaches I hadn't heard before. And he talked about D'Angelo Ross and what a great job he does in coverage and how he's their main guy. And he said that they actually like to match up D'Angelo Ross on the best receiver for the other team if they possibly can. And that was fascinating to me because in a lot of my conversations with the coaches, it seemed like they were more concerned with keeping players where they wanted them, not doing as much direct matching up with players. But it's quite a compliment for D'Angelo Ross.
Yeah, and if you can match him up and he does well, you don't have to worry about that receiver for the remainder of the game, and you can condense your defense to the other receivers.
So the kick downed at the 42-yard line. So the Hornets will take over with a 9-point lead in very good field position. And a chance to, maybe for the first time today, really take command in this one if they can put one in here for 6. That's a long way off, though. Hewlett in the backfield with Hoy. Hoy has the snap. Bubble screen outside. Simpson out near midfield. He's out to the 48-yard line. It's a 6-yard gain.
Yeah, great high percentage play. Pop, throw it out there, let one receiver block, get 6 yards. You can't complain. That's a great deal.
Simpson, an interesting case in the conversation about the receivers for Fullerton. We talked about how deep they are at that position. Justin Walker, essentially the 5th receiver on this team, leads the team in touchdowns. But Burns, quick to say as the pass is caught by McNeil, that the most explosive athlete that they might have of anybody on this team is Dory Simpson.
Yeah, no doubt. And he is explosive. You can see him come out of his shoes every once in a while.
Lonnie Powell in on the tackle.
So McNeil with the reception, moves the chains. Powell on the stop. The Hornets quickly have it in American River territory at the 42-yard line. Hoy going to take some time.
Definitely keeping American River off balance, changing things up play to play, doing a really good job.
They bunch 3 receivers to the near side. They keep it on the ground. Hewlett with a good lane. He's got another first down to the 30. So nice job opening up a hole up front.
Yeah, this will be the series we were talking about. If they're just going to pound it on the ground here, or are they going to mix it up with some little quick passes? Either way, they're high percentage plays.
8:37 and counting remaining in the third quarter as Wood replaces Hewlett in the backfield. They'll move the 3 receivers to the far side as the Hornets work it from left to right. Play action. Hoy pop flies looking for Walker. Walker juggling as he runs out of the back of the end zone, so it's incomplete.
Yeah, we always tell receivers that you got to catch it the first time. They're not going to give you 2 stats if you catch it twice, but he was out of the back of the end zone the second time he caught it.
Well, I'll tell you, Hoy dropped it in there pretty nicely on the long throw.
It's a perfect throw. Little play action, gets one-on-one on the outside. A little too deep for him to bring it in, though.
I said as I watched him for the first couple times this season over the last couple weeks that he's not like we covered Jake Luton for Ventura College this year, and Hoy doesn't really strike as having the cannon arm, but boy, he is certainly accurate.
Yeah, he's a great quarterback.
Including being accurate on the deep ball. Wood with a huge hole. Wood in the open field inside the 5, down to the goal line, in for the touchdown.
30-yarder.
Yeah, you've got some little passes in there, a nice pass attempt. They spread them out, get them on their heels, shoot right up the gut.
And you see, that's
Split
just
the 2 free safeties.
That's another big hole. And once he gets into the secondary, you see him get about 5 yards after contact there with a nose for the end zone. So Wood coming off the big week last week. Well, we've seen Butler for a touchdown. Now it's Wood for a touchdown. And the Hornets take command here early in the third quarter with a couple of touchdowns.
Yeah, he wasn't just in the second level. He was in the third and fourth, and finally rumbles in from 30 yards out for 6.
Does the 30 yards qualify as the third dairy?
Yeah, those safeties are well outside the hashes, so all you got to do is get 7 yards, and then you're in a foot race to the end zone with those free safeties.
The Hornets starting to get it revved up. They now lead at 29-13 with 8:10 remaining here in the third quarter. You're watching the 3C2A championship game on SoCalCollegeSports.com. I hope you're playing along a little bit with SoCal College Sports Trivia. There have been 3 running backs who led the league in rushing while playing for teams that made the Super Bowl in that season. Name them, and I have to say, Coach, you were on the right track with one.
Emmett Smith, I would think, is one, but
Emmett Smith, you did get one right there. We'll bring up the answer there. How'd you do on that one, Mike? I know one of that guys on that list there is one of your favorites too.
Terrell Davis. I wouldn't have got Sean Alexander.
Sean Alexander was a tough one. Wheeler, meanwhile, looking for a lane on the far side, run out of bounds, but not before he gets the 30-yard line. So a 30-yard return sets up the Beavers at their own 30, where they'll go to work trailing by their largest margin of the afternoon. They now trail it by 16.
Yeah, American River here is going to start to feel the pressure a little bit about right now, because they're feeling Fullerton's momentum is kind of high, and they got to make something happen here to kind of squish that.
So Griffin Don back in as well. He did miss the one series that proved to be disaster for American River. The give to Davis. Davis tries to cut it right, but he's dragged down at the line, gained maybe about a yard. Can't get past that first wave.
It was a huge hole, but it collapsed so quickly when they kind of felt where the ball was going. Those defensive tackles just scrum down in there and just blow the play up.
It almost seems like it's bait.
Yeah.
Bonner and Chisholm ultimately dragging down Davis. And they give him about a yard.
They dangle the carrot in the hole, and then they close it up very quick.
Yeah, it's a 5-man box with one linebacker was in it that last time. Now they've got more of a 7-man box. Now they'll probably be real tough to run here. Obviously, they're probably going to pass.
2nd and 9, here they come. Bubble screen. Williams makes a man miss at the 30. Stumbles a little. Now flags come in from everywhere at the 35-yard line. And indeed, see 3 flags on the field. And this is a call that you see quite often there. And anytime you see the hands up near the face, you're going to see the flags coming in from everywhere. And so this will likely go against Fullerton and give the Beavers a much-needed first down. But let's wait and see.
Yeah, no, it's a very big break right there for American River.
So the 15-yard penalty takes it all the way out to midfield.
Yeah,
I think that one against Parcells.
And that is a life preserver for American River here in the 3rd quarter where it's really gotten away from them.
Parcells in the SCFA championship game, he had 2 personal fouls back-to-back.
They're an aggressive team. You know, they're going to have, that just comes with the territory being very aggressive.
Design roll for Don, feeling the pressure, tries to dump it short. Pass incomplete.
Yeah, you know, you look out there, there's a guy in the flats wide open, and that's just where the quarterback's got to reel himself in and just take what the defense gives you. If they're going to give you the 4-foot or 4-yard flat, take it. It could turn into 7 yards. He held on to it too long. Nothing ended up happening.
Yeah, he was looking for Delicio Callaway, but Callaway unable to track that one down, so a 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, John Gruden's big thing is throw to the flats until it's not open, and that's what he would be telling him right now.
And I know, Mike, can you imitate that for us?
Tell you what, man. It's about as good as I get.
Oh, that's most of it.
Oof.
Broken play in the backfield. Don swarmed under by 3 jerseys. Dominic Sanchez with a little help from Bonner.
Well, Coach, broken plays usually result in broken quarterbacks.
Yeah, and the quarterback right now, you know, he's really just looking at the defensive line. He's lost sight of really what's going on, I think, and he needs to reel himself back in, take a deep breath, and get back to the philosophy of the offense.
He's got Kirby in the backfield here on a 3rd down and 13. The football resting on the American River 47. 3-man rush. Don lobs it deep. Nothing but blue jerseys in the area. This one's picked off back at the Fullerton 30-yard line.
Basically acts as a punt.
Taj Jones on the reception. That, interestingly for Taj Jones, is his 3rd consecutive game with an interception.
Yeah, quarterback just happened to throw off his back. Again, you know, he was getting pressured, nowhere to go with it, just really kind of threw that one up. And like you said, it kind of acts as a punt a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what is really troublesome for ARC in that scenario was that looked like a 3-man rush, and they still had Don in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, and if they're going to get in there with a 3-man rush, look at Fullerton just continuing maybe not to put so much pressure on, let the defensive line do all the rushing necessary.
So Hoy and the Hornets take over at the 30. Marcus Grossman in motion. Hoy rolling right, all day to throw. Going deep down the middle, but into double coverage. He wanted Justin Walker, but the coverage of Val Carcel along with Dangerfield, and they had Walker bracketed.
Coach, I don't think you need that right now. Just go to the ground game. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm up here and he's down there, so he must have did a lot more right than I did. But, I didn't like the call at all. Well, I didn't like the throw. Let's put it that way. The call was fine, but the quarterback's got to protect the team.
Yeah.
To throw it in double coverage could have been pretty scary, but we got away with it 2nd down. But you're right.
You're winning in the trenches here. You just had a nice run up the gut from 30 yards out. Why not just keep it on the ground? But you're right. He is down there. We're up here.
2nd down, short drop for Hoy. Bullets the far side. McNeil brought down after a gain of about 5.
That's Fullerton's offense, though. They live and die with it. And, right now they're, even that 2nd down, they did the same thing and got about 6 yards, but he did fumble it and had to recover it.
Quickly to the line now on a 3rd and 5. Hoy, a designed roll. Fires in the flat, but too high for Simpson. So the Beavers force a quick 3 and out, and they'll get it back.
Yeah, I think in hindsight they're going to look like you said with this series and go, what? That took about 21 seconds, I think, that whole series. So.
Well, they have to feel supremely confident in their defense right now, the way that they are really getting after this Beaver offense, and really, with the exception of the one big play to Jackson, they seem to have done a pretty good job slowing down this American River offense.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here's McGee. Flags come in on the snap. So they'll wave the play off.
Yeah, special teams, you know, that was another opportunity for them to maybe get the ball out there. Ball really came off the side of his foot again. He did have a little pressure, and it was a penalty. But
So 29-13 the score as they mark the penalty off on Fullerton. So McGee will punt from the 30. Clean snap, and McGee gets this one away. Short kick, fair catch signaled for and made by Williams at the 38-yard line.
yeah, good job by
32-yard kick.
Williams coming in real quick, preserve field position for the offense.
So where will the offense come from for American River College?
I would expect they're going to look for that cover zero look, and if they can get it, they're going to try to hit that down the outside again.
Well, Arthur
That's been
Jackson
their
split
best.
out wide to the left. Joined by Callaway and Wheeler on the near side. Johnson solo to the top of your screen.
Yeah, they got a too high look, so it's going to be pretty tough to get anything over the top unless they go down here to number 7, but we'll see what happens.
Matched up with Tim Gordon is Arthur Jackson. Instead, they'll keep it with Davis on the ground, and he's going nowhere, brought down for no gain. Bonner again.
Yeah, Fullerton did a neat little thing there. They brought the safety down, and then they brought him to the line of scrimmage, and then they dropped out the outside linebacker or strong safety, dropped him into coverage. So it was a little neat little mix-up there.
Second down and 10. Blitz coming, down with a straight drop, has time, fires on the far side. Coming back for it, it's Johnson, and Johnson makes the catch in Fullerton territory at the 47-yard line.
Yeah, back shoulder throw to the outside wide receiver there. Did a great job coming back, as you'll see. 3-step, on time, throws the ball, able to come back and pull away from the corner there.
Fourth catch of the day for Jabari Johnson. Fullerton now with American River with a 1st and 10 in Hornet territory at the 47-yard line.
And we'll see if they go with the run or maybe a quick pass, what they've been trying
Play
to
action. Don trying to keep this one and brought down at the line again. In the backfield, that looked like Chisholm again.
Yeah, the defensive end kind of crushed down a little bit, so the quarterback kept it, but what he didn't take into account was the linebacker that was coming in to make the play right behind him.
Well, here's the interesting thing and the difficult thing, as you alluded to earlier, about the Fullerton defensive line. Tyler Stepney, among the leaders, co-leader in the team in sacks, he's had a pretty quiet afternoon working against Diego Cervantes on the right side of that offensive line. Cervantes an all-conference selection at right tackle. But that just opens the door for Bonner and the other guys to get involved as well. And they've had a big afternoon working against the rest of that offensive line. When you have depth at that defensive line, as Tim Burns talked about, you really can't double team anybody.
No, the defensive line, if you've got too deep there and they're legit men, you're going to have a tough time ever beating a team like that.
Meanwhile, another completion to Johnson as Don continues to work that right side. Moves the chains. So American River has it down to the Fullerton 36-yard line after a couple of first downs.
Yep, one
Don.
on coverage up there.
Pump fake. Rainbows the far side, going for Johnson, and it's broken up. Well, he's working against D'Angelo Ross over there. Meanwhile, a flag thrown in the backfield. So we'll wait and see on the call.
Yeah, Ross was with him foot to foot, and the receiver just didn't go up high for it and kind of let it come all the way down. He just knocked it away.
Jabari Johnson been getting the hot hand. He's already up to 4 catches for 55 yards.
So the holding call goes against American River, and the Hornets will take it, and it'll be 1st and 20. As Don looks to the far side for the play. And once again, the Hornets, as they've done all year, doing a great job of making the opposing offense one-dimensional. as you really have the feeling that American River can't rely on much of anything on the ground.
Well, yeah, and you're talking about Fullerton's defensive line. I mean, they have to hold them almost to be successful.
Davis on the carry, or rather Don on the keeper, as he fakes. Well, they're certainly fooling me with that play. It's Davis on the fake, but it's Don on the keeper, and he gets about 4 yards down to the 44-yard line.
Well, Coach, we talked about how this freshman quarterback can be hot and cold. He needs to get hot right now.
He does. He needs to get hot. He needs to let his running back do his job too. Unfortunately, he's holding on to that ball. He's not going to get more than 3 or 4 yards on those.
Winding under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. They set up the screen, and this one for a modest gain, maybe a yard.
Coach, you think at this point, after all the pressure today from the Fullerton defense, you think he's a little shell-shocked right now?
I do. He's been playing like that the whole game. You know, he's just not comfortable, you know, and you need to be comfortable as a quarterback. And when you're getting pressure and you're moving your feet and you're not being able to set your feet, and now you're running a screen that was perfectly set up except for they missed the corner. You know, it's just tough. Execution is just not right now working for American River.
He looks like me out there playing quarterback. I just had my appendix out 36 hours ago.
Yeah, you guys are, well, I won't say anything.
Hey, you're showing a lot of grit here today up here, though.
Hey,
third down and 15 coming up. Another blitz coming. Don rolling left, gets away, has a man wide open. The catch made by Williams. Williams at the 20, hit there, falls forward to the 17. That's a huge third and long pickup for American River. Going right to the replay.
Yeah, he's in a scramble. He looks around, and there he is sitting right in the middle of the field, takes advantage of it.
Well,
Great conversion.
This is something that we don't see very often, and that is the Hornets really got burned bringing the blitz.
Yeah.
They were not able to get to the quarterback, and ultimately players were wide open, especially Williams, all alone in the center of the field.
Yeah, if you can buy time versus a blitz, you're going to have some open receivers.
So they have it in the red zone, 1st and 10 from the 17. Play action, back to Williams on the screen. Williams working his way back right, pulled down at the 15-yard line by Taylor.
Remember, Williams had the go-ahead score in the NCFA championship game, 44 yards out. And he's starting to get the hot hand here and connect with his freshman quarterback.
Well, this is a bit of an ethos for the season for American River. You look at their numbers, and they're not in the top 30 rushing. They're not in the top 30 passing. Yet they were consistently at the top of the rankings in the NCFA all season long. They end up winning the berth here in the championship game. And you leave yourself wondering, you're not exactly sure how they do it, but they keep on winning football games.
Yeah, it's been defense. You know, they haven't allowed 29 points except for 2 games.
Delayed handoff to Davis, and he is just tripped up inside the 10. Parcells saved a touchdown.
Well, I got to hand it to American River. They're trying to make this an exciting game, and it's exciting watching it, that's for sure.
Under a minute to go in the third quarter, and the Beavers have it down to the 6-yard line, 1st and goal. That's as much running room as Dante Davis has seen today.
Well, Coach, you go back to that offensive possession where they went a quick 3 and out. They tried a little trickery there. Or not the trickery, but they tried to throw into double coverage, and they got away with it. But hey, you go back to that play, they had a chance to really put their foot on the neck, and now opens the door just a little bit. ARC on the doorstep, about to punch it in.
Bunch formation on the far side. Don on the keeper. He's at the 5, dives for the pylon, in for the touchdown.
I got to apologize to the quarterback. I didn't think he had it in him. He just did a great job. He pulled it in and got it all the way there to the end zone.
So in the final minute of the third quarter, and Don, this looks like a design keeper, and he's just going to race to the pylon and wins that race.
Yeah, just right around the corner and dive into the pylon.
Will they go for 2? Here trailing right now 29-19. And it looks like they are going to line up and go for 2 as Don remains on the field with Davis in the backfield.
Yeah, at this point, you got to go for 2.
Well, and if you're looking for good news for American River as well, you have to think back only to their last game where they trailed 9-0 going into the fourth quarter. Throws off the back foot, and the 2-point conversion is good.
There you go.
2-point conversion is good.
Coach, we got a game.
Got a game. Yeah, they put themselves right back in contention. They got a little momentum going. They're believing again. Defense just needs to go out there and put the Fullerton.
And much
Don-
needed for the defense. They get a little bit of a blow there with that nice sustained drive by the offense.
Sure. Yeah.
Don, I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
No, please.
Just the reality of it is, you're right. I mean, that's great football when that defensive players can sit there, get water, take their time. Now they get to come out, and their goal is obviously get off the field in 3 plays. Let's see what happens.
And Don finds Wheeler for the 2-point conversion to get it back to 29-21. And, of course, the big play on the drive, 3rd and 15, they convert as Don finds Williams to move the chains, and ARC takes it in to get back within 8 here on the 3C2A Championship on SoCalCollegeSports.com. .7 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter, and the Beavers just won't go away. They trailed it by 16, but they punch one in as Griffin Don runs it in from 6 yards out. The 2-point conversion successful, and we're back to a 1-score game as we head to the 4th quarter after this play. McNeil with a little lane on the near side. He's out to the 35.
And McNeil is a load, and he is
beast.
fast. He's got he shifted gears there and just took off. It's great.
39-yard line after the 23-yard return by McNeil. So the Hornets with time for likely 1 play.
He just looks like an animal out there. I mean, he's just rolling past everybody.
Yeah, I'll be the first guy to tell every 4-year school about him just to get him a scholarship to help him so we don't have to play him next year.
DeAndre McNeil. Well, if you want to know what Pac-10 schools look for, evidently,
There you
DeAndre McNeil, because he's being looked at by a couple of members of that conference, I should say. Now they send McNeil in motion. They'll try the jet sweep. McNeil cuts it back at the 40, slips out of a tackle at the 42. Finally brought down at the 45-yard line. 6-yard run brings up 2nd and 4.
Jet sweep, that's more like a B-52 bomber sweep with jet speed.
Exactly. He's very mobile for that big.
Yeah, the
of a guy.
B-52 was a jet. I don't think there were propellers on that thing.
Maybe the early ones.
Yeah, no, I guess it's true. Maybe they were. Yeah, Emery Johnson weighing in on that one.
Come on, Emery. What was that?
Military historian.
Well, you know, the B-29, it was just actually the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. So, you know, in light of that, the B-29 was the bomber we used to bomb not only Hiroshima but Nagasaki at the end of World War II.
Is that Memphis Belle?
Yeah, Memphis Belle and Enola Gay.
There you go. Yeah. Got to bring it around to movies. We are through 3 quarters, 29-21. Fullerton on top of American River College in the 3C2A Championship on SoCalCollegeSports.com. And as we head to the 4th quarter, we continue with the SoCalCollegeSports.com trivia. Name the 3 players in NFL history who have recorded multiple seasons with 19 or more sacks. I picked this question because I just thought there were so many interesting candidates. So I want you guys to weigh in on some of these here. We'll give a few minutes for people to think about, but I want to hear some answers from you guys about who you think this might be. Start of the 4th quarter. And a 2nd down and short for the Hornets after the run by McNeil. McNeil back in motion. They give to the deep back on the left side, and no gain on the play.
That's what happens when you knock your lead blocker over. You get attacked by the defensive guy that he was supposed to hit.
Hewlett, they might have given him a yard before he was hit by Moises Valcarcel.
Very important 3rd and short here for ARC defensively. Man, if they can get out 3 and out.
The football resting at the Hornet 47-yard line. They go to Wood on the right side, lowers the shoulder, but he's going to be about a yard short of the 1st down.
Yeah.
So they tried to go Hewlett, then Wood, but that time the offensive line can't create the lane.
Yeah, just nothing there. They squeeze it, they bounce it to the outside, and then the outside linebacker comes up and makes a stop short of the first down.
Rashawn York, the leading tackler, able to stand up Wood.
Just a great push defensively there, and linebackers coming off, flexing their muscles, and why not?
Yeah, I love it. All the offensive players are all upset. They wanted to go for it, but they're not in the coach's shoes. They couldn't get 1 yard. What makes them think they're going to get it again? Great call here with the punt.
McGee has the snap, gets this one away. High kick.
Beautiful.
Booming kick from McGee. Williams backing up, and he makes the fair catch at the 16-yard line. So ARC will have, well, let's spot that at the 10. Okay, so ARC will take over at the 10-yard line. A long way to go, but back within one score at 29-21.
Yeah, that was a huge stop. It gave them opportunity to build upon that momentum with their last touchdown. Now we'll get an opportunity to see if they can turn this into some points as well.
Well, for the defense, they were starting to reel a little bit. They'd be giving up a couple of big plays offensively for Fullerton, but they respond after they get some water in them. They get a little break with the quarter transition.
Absolutely.
And here we go, only down one score, 13:35 to go.
They stack receivers on both sides. High throw, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, that was going to go nowhere. They were really spied that out. It was 2-on-2, and the backer just came in, or safety came in and just blew it up.
Dante loved the intended receiver, but he can't find the handle, so a 2nd down and 10. The football on the American River 12-yard line.
Coach, just really feel like those screens, those quick hitches aren't really working. It's a team that's so fast in Fullerton defensively.
Yeah, the way you want to usually run screens when you've got one extra man, like a 2-on-3 or something like that. But when you're 2 for 2, like they're lined up now, there's one blocker and one guy to make the play.
They'll go with the pistol formation. Whistles come in.
I think the play clock wound down the way down.
Yeah, the play clock violation, so that'll back them up now down to their own 5-yard line. A 2nd down and 15.
Yeah, that'll drive coaches and players and offenses obviously crazy. Those are things you can't plan for that should hopefully never happen.
One of those plays where the hairline takes a hit.
Exactly. A little bit more receding.
Don has the snap. They give to Davis. Davis running on the right side. Out past the 10 to the 12. Gets back 7 yards and brings up a 3rd down and 8.
Yeah, it's tough to get yards on the ground, but you have to right there. You're hoping to pop one through, and he gains a little bit, but gains the penalty back. That's about it, though.
It was one of the rare times that Dante Davis actually got past the defensive line.
Yeah.
So a big 3rd down facing American River from their own 12-yard line. 3-man front for the Hornets. They rush 3. Don feeling the pressure, rolls left, steps up, goes deep over the middle, looking for Williams, and it's picked off again. D'Angelo Ross, his 2nd interception of the day.
Yeah, he had a step on him. He just didn't throw it far enough. If he could have got it out there, it could have been a big play for American River, but just like that, it's acts as a punt as well.
Yeah, you talked about it functioning as a punt, and that one takes it all the way back to the Fullerton 40.
But man, the guy had a step on him. That makes it a little bit tougher.
Yeah, do you maybe think that leg injury that Don suffered earlier in the game maybe played a bit into that?
Maybe. I mean, he just got to step into that thing. He had the look he wanted. He had a receiver open by 4 yards, but it's tough to be turning, throwing, and running and making that thing go far enough.
All 3 wide receivers split out to the near side. Hoy has the snap, gives to Hewlett. Hewlett bounces it to the left.
Man.
Hit at the line, falls forward for a gain of a couple.
American River doing a great job pursuing to the ball and keep it going to the outside, and then someone filling into that area.
That was Barry Edwards moving up from his safety spot.
Well, it's the final quarter of regulation play here in 2016. You expect both teams to sell out, especially a team that's down right now here in the 4th.
Yeah, 12 minutes for a legacy that lasts a lifetime, so
Yeah.
you got to go all out. You're right.
It was early in the 4th quarter that ARC trailed Butte 9-0. Patrick Walker forced a fumble in Butte territory that led to the Beavers touchdown that got him back within 2.
great double option play. The quarterback can option out to the running back behind, or he can shovel it into the power underneath. Defensive end stretched, he just shoveled it back inside.
Wood on the carry out to the 45, a massive third down coming up for Fullerton. Wood will be in the backfield as they spread it out, receivers left and right. Hoy going to the hard count. Play clock at 11. Has the snap. They keep it with Hoy as they fake to Wood, and Hoy picks his way forward, but only for about 3 yards, so he's a full 2 yards shy with fourth down upcoming.
It definitely looked like there was a miscommunication there. Hoy kind of looked surprised that he was going to run with it, and then he took off and he didn't get it. So I think something definitely didn't work out there the right way.
Ticking down to 11 minutes remaining in the ball game, and the Beavers will get it back.
I think they wanted him to pass the ball there off that action.
Williams waits at his 13-yard line for the kick from McGee. High kick, but short.
Shake.
Williams going to let this one bounce, and it takes a bounce for American River. This one's going to end up at the 34-yard line. So a very short kick of just 18 yards for McGee. And American River, that completely changes the field position dynamic here in the fourth quarter. That's a big play.
Oh, we've talked about special teams all night, all day, and it's been amazing special teams, and lack of amazing special teams by the punter today has put really good field position with American River. Except the last one, he did have a really good punt last time.
Reed, Williams, and Wheeler all to the far side. Nemani Parker solo to the right. Don has the snap. They set up the screen going to Wheeler. Wheeler's at the 35, ran out of bounds after a gain of about 3 yards.
See, now that screen set up, there's two defenders versus three guys, or there's two defenders and three guys blocking, or two guys blocking, so it's a good matchup. So they're usually going to get some positive yards off of that style of screen.
And they give him just 2 to the 36. So second down and 8. Don brings the Beavers to the line. Has the snap. Blitz coming from Parcells. Throws over on the left side. Completes it to Williams out to the 40.
Yeah, blitz check down just like they've been doing all night with the quick little out route because the defense is playing a little bit off there and gives them a 5-yard gain.
Third down and 4 from the American River 40.
That running back's not enjoying that major impact of the middle linebacker very much.
Yeah, an unenviable job today.
But he's doing it.
Parcells comes on the blitz.
Parcells dropping the hammer.
Yeah, he's going to be icing his shoulders.
So Dante Davis in the backfield with Don. A design roll to the right for Don. Feeling the pressure, has to throw it, sidearms and then completes it to Wheeler right at the first down marker.
I think he has it.
He does. It was very close. He almost decided to drop back. You need to really know where those sticks are to get those first downs.
Boy, take a look at the replay here. This is unbelievable as Don, just at the last second, flicks it on the sidearm.
Got a little Matt Stafford in there. A little sidearm action.
And that moves the chains. Wheeler gets 4 yards and an inch on 3rd and 4. So the Beavers have it at their own 44 with a fresh set of downs.
Well, Coach, we talked about Griffin Don being a little shell shocked earlier. Seems that he's found a groove. Yeah. Tell you who's shell shocked. This Fullerton following.
Davis straight up the middle.
Wow, this
picks
is something.
His way forward about 9 yards. They'll spot it at the 48.
Something we haven't seen before is them just kind of laying into Fullerton's defensive line now.
And we have a Hornet player down. So let's step aside very briefly as they take a look at an injured player for Fullerton. 8:42 remaining in the fourth quarter. 29-21 Fullerton on top of American River in the 3C2A championship game on SoCalCollegeSports.com. injured player for Fullerton College was Tyler Stepney, the defensive end, and one of the primary pass rushers on the opposite side from Montre Bonner for Fullerton. So perhaps a significant injury there as Stepney leaves under his own power, but nonetheless comes out of the game. Don, pump fakes, pop flies, looking for Jackson again, and he overthrew it.
Yeah, double move there on the corner, got him, and was unable to complete, threw the ball out of bounds.
Laundry on the field.
So we'll wait for the call. And this one is going to go against American River. So a 2nd and 2 becomes 2nd and 12. And that is a major penalty.
Those are game changers right there.
Just when they were driving. And now they'll have to go back to work on a 2nd and long.
Yeah, you get 2nd and 2, you're going to take a shot because you figure if you don't get it, you'll get it on 3rd and 2. But now this is a whole different situation for them.
It's important to keep your quarterback upright at the same time.
That would help.
So Don has receivers left and right on 2nd and 12. Blitz coming off the edge. Don hit hard. The ball comes loose. They're going to say his arm was moving forward, and I think that's a fortunate call for American River.
That's a big time. Yeah, Fullerton's upset, and rightly so. He never even attempted. Well, it's
not
still
even
going backwards.
It's not even a sack. Let's look at it one more time. Bring back the slider there if you can there, Emery. We have a very good look of it. It's close. It's bang,
fumble.
Bang, and it goes in favor of ARC.
Yes.
And it's not even a sack. It's just an incomplete pass. So it's 3rd and 12 now here for the Beavers.
Yeah, super slow-mo might have been able to tell us something. It was that close. It was Jamal Scott coming off the edge, unblocked, and Don did not feel the pressure, and he takes a massive hit. But they rule his arm moving forward, so 3rd and 12 now for the Beavers. Don with a straight drop, 3-man rush. Has time, steps up, guns it over the middle. The catch is made.
Just short.
Namani Parker is about a half a yard shy of the first down marker at the Fullerton 47. Do the Beavers think about going for it here? It's a very risky call, as much trouble as they've had running the ball.
Coach?
I think you have to.
I'm going to call my number here. I'm going to call my shot because I called my shot earlier in this game. They're going to have to take chances when they're behind in this exact situation. And we're going to see right there, they're knocking on the door for a new set of downs here.
Yeah.
They need it in a bad way.
4th and about a half a yard from the 47-yard line of Fullerton.
It's a great graphic. 4th and .5.
On the season, American River 11 of 21 on 4th down. They'll go to the sneak. Flags come in from everywhere.
Oh, my gosh.
I'll tell you, that was going to be very close. I don't know if he got it. This might end up being a break for American River. Well, that'll back them up 5 yards. And here comes the punting unit.
Yeah, that's what happens. Everyone gets a little amped up there. You only need a half a yard. You dig your feet in, then you jump a little early, unfortunately.
Doesn't necessarily rule out the fake, though, at this part of the field.
Yeah, you
Anthony
can't rule it
Craven.
out.
Craven on to punt.
Speaking of which, we saw a really good punt fake by Kansas City 2 weeks ago against Denver. Tyreek Hill returns, or excuse me, Albert Wilson returns it for a touchdown there.
That's a mute your mic, bringing up KC trivia here.
Manyweather signals for the fair catch and makes it at the 11-yard line. So a good kick by Craven of 41 yards, and Fullerton takes over deep in their own territory with 7:18 remaining.
And guys, how about another shout out to our crew today, Emery Johnson, technical direction today, doing a fantastic job along with Bree Marquez.
Dax Rubbish.
What a great name. Sounds like a UK soccer player.
That's a good one. And we haven't mentioned Matt Henson here today, but Matt Henson's still helping out on a lot of the graphics as well. So Matt on vacation right now, so not with us today, but
back home with the family for the holidays, and it was his birthday last week, so a happy belated Matt.
You know, I think for Fullerton here, I think this is a big series. I think they need to run. They're going to look at running a lot of time off the clock here if they can.
Dual setbacks. They give on the near side. Phillip Butler able to get forward for about 3 yards as flags come in the secondary.
I would imagine this would have been 3 downs where they would have kept it pretty conservative and go with a punt if they had to.
If you're the Beavers at this point, you can ill afford to hurt yourself with penalties. As this one down in the secondary, we'll see what the call is.
Adam Lopez down for American River.
I'll sort this one out. Here comes the
Block
call.
always. Offense, number 42. Half the distance to the goal.
So the penalty against Fullerton, they'll mark it off half the distance. That'll take it back to the Fullerton 6-yard line.
Is that holding or a personal foul?
They said a block below the knees.
Oh, you hate to see that. Block below the knees. You have a player down there with what we would expect to be a knee injury.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, they're really doing a lot of things to to really protect and a better safety for football players. And this is one of the things that they're trying to do, but unfortunately it didn't work there.
So Adam Lopez, the injured player for American River, and they're going to help him off the field. He is walking, and it looks like largely under his own power, so that's, as always, an encouraging sign.
They came out to help him. He said, no, I can do this myself. He didn't want any help.
Probably got his mom and dad in the stands,
Yeah.
or knows that they're watching live. And guys, we have a great finish. 7:09 remaining here in the fourth quarter. You can go to SoCalCollegeSports.com to watch this game live. If you have an Xbox One or a YouTube or an Apple TV or even a Roku, you have the YouTube app. Search SoCal College Sports 1. You see it up there on the screen right now. Tell friends and family, and you can watch us on the big set. And if you're on that Xbox One or Apple TV, upscale to 1080p, so the shot gets even better.
Ready to go. Grossman in motion. Hoy rolling right. Still looking downfield. Now has to dump it short.
Oh!
Up in the air and almost picked off.
It's just what we were kind of talking about up here. You get a little gutsy, and you could have swung the game big time right there, but they got very lucky.
That was Rashawn York, and he can't believe it.
He'll never
nearly
He'll never forget that play for the rest of his life.
had an opportunity to tie this ball game up. What a great play to get his hands up to even block that ball. It's a terrific play.
Yeah.
But no doubt he'll spend much of his time thinking about not completing the catch. 2nd down and 16 now for the Hornets. They keep it on the ground, running left. Big hit at about the 8-yard line, a short gain on the play. York working off a little anger.
Yeah.
Going back to that last play, it could have been a double whammy, because if he was in the end zone and threw it away, it would have been a safety, which would taken an 8-point game and made it a 6-point game. So that was kind of gutsy, and then to almost throw the pick. Had two things working against him
Well,
there.
I think one thing that Jordan Hoy hasn't really done a good job of is protecting the ball. He got away with it earlier, throwing it into double coverage on a play where he didn't necessarily need to, and really right there almost took the game away.
Yeah.
3rd down and 14 after the 2-yard run by Wood.
I still expect a run here.
Well, they'll empty the backfield. Hoy, straight drop, 4-man rush, hit near the goal line. They're going to say he was just outside the end zone. It looks like they're going to spot it at about the 1.
A player down here for ARC. That's it's at 93 down there.
Boy, Hoy took a big shot.
Every player.
And I want to say that was Jamar. No, Jamar Claiborne's getting up. So we still don't see who the American River player is.
93 is the number here, Stoy.
It's going to be
And that's Caleb Tremblay. So Caleb Tremblay still hunched over on the turf. Meanwhile, that's a great job by Jordan Hoy on that hit to hold on to the football, because he takes a big shot there and holds on to the football. As it is, the Hornets will face 4th down from their own 2-yard line. So Austin McGee will have a very difficult assignment punting from the back of his own end zone.
And nonetheless, it's going to be in a great field position for American River unless something unsightly happens. Wow.
Still looking
Just really
at
surprised with
Tremblay.
all that.
Wonder if that's maybe like a shoulder injury or something like that where he got caught up. He's hunched over.
Yeah, he's just tired.
They're
Get some
starting
water.
to help Tremblay to his feet, and he is going to walk off. Well, if you're thinking about it, is Torian Williams. He averages a little over 10 yards per return as he stands at about midfield awaiting the kick from McGee.
And we've got to look at McGee today. Really one good punt out of the day. A lot of them have been very kind of short, so this could be a huge advantage for American River, as mentioned before.
Well, special teams It's been a factor a couple of times today. It so often ends up deeply impacting a game, and this is a close one.
Yeah, they just moved the punt returner up. I'm surprised they're not moving them up another 8 or 9 yards.
5:59 remaining in the ball game. It is a fairly calm afternoon, not a lot of wind. McGee standing right at the back of his end zone.
Gotta be careful about the safety here.
Yeah, if he
Zero margin for error.
Well, this is where so much additional pressure goes on the snapper as well. McGee's got to make sure he makes the solid catch. So much can go wrong here deep in your own territory.
Surprised Rashawn York isn't out here.
Good snap. McGee gets this one away, but it's another short kick. And Williams moves up, makes the fair catch at the Fullerton 38-yard line. So it's a 36-yard kick. No return, but outstanding field position for the American River College Beavers, who are trying to make what would be their second dramatic fourth quarter comeback in a row, and you can hardly do it on a bigger stage.
No, this is their opportunity. It's probably the only one of the game they're going to get. They got to take advantage of it right now, which I'm sure they know.
They come out with Johnson and Wheeler on the far side. To the near side, it's Lee Reed along with Delacio Callaway. Low snap, but Don's got it, gives to Davis, running off tackle on the left side, pushing the pile for a gain of about 3.
Little inside zone play. That's all they wanted to do is get 3 or 4 yards out of it. Well, obviously you want more than that, but they'll take it.
Second down and 7. The Hornets have had all they can handle here today, leading this one by 8, but they have never really been able to run away from this American River College team.
See if they dial up here. Here comes some pressure.
Blitz coming. Don off the back foot. Pop flies the far pylon. A diving attempt. And caught! Touchdown! American River College. What a sensational catch.
That's a playmaker right there. That's making plays. Unbelievable.
Look at the replay.
He climbed over the defender and literally took it away from the defender because it could have been a pick as well.
That is just an unbelievable catch on the far side.
Here they go, going for 2 to tie the game.
Yeah, keep it here now with 5:04 remaining. 29-27, still a lot of time. But obviously, American River thinking tie here as they'll go for 2.
Gonna run out of time here. There's a lot of confusion on the field right now. Timeout.
So whistles come in and a timeout going to be taken by American River College. That is their first charge timeout of the second half. 29-27 with the 2-point conversion pending. 5:04 remaining in a classic 3C2A championship game here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Griffin Don finds Jabari Johnson on a sensational throw and an even more sensational catch by Jabari Johnson. And American River has moved within 2. They put up 14 unanswered, but a big 2-point conversion. Big, not even a big enough word. This is a huge 2-point conversion.
Yeah, there's still 5 minutes, so there's still a lot of game to be played here for both teams, but this is going to be a huge conversion.
This is
obviously
not ultimately a decider, but American River trying to scale the mountain. Don has the snap, flags come in again as Parcells lowers the shoulder on Don, but after the whistle, so let's see what the call is. And it's false start. Well, now they'll have to do it from the 7.
Yeah, you take a timeout, so you buy yourself some time to get everything right, and then unfortunately someone jumps off sides and really ruins the whole continuity of the play. because you don't have a 2-point play from 8 yards out.
Yeah.
It's
Coach, your
designed from
defense
3
is
yards.
playing so well. Why not just kick it and put a point up on the board?
I don't think you can take a chance. I mean,
Yeah.
because if you lose by 1 point, you'll never forgive yourself.
Yeah, sure.
2-point conversion from the 8-yard line as Don looks over the Hornet defense. Has the snap. Blitz coming. Don feeling the pressure. Throws as he's going down, and it's picked off by Chisholm. Chisholm looking to return. Still on his feet as he runs back left. Chisholm still looking to run it, and he's finally brought down. So the Hornets thwart the 2-point conversion. They hold on to the lead, 29-27 with 5:04 remaining. Let's take a look at the replay.
Just like the same thing, pressure gets in, quarterback's not able to get out to a position. Does a great job trying to relieve the ball out of his hand instead of taking the sack, but unfortunately we get a very exciting attempt at a run back of a PAT.
So the Hornets maintain the 2-point lead, but American River College following what seems to be their MO.
Yeah, if you're asking yourself why was that defensive player kept running around, remember if he scores, it's a 2-point play for Fullerton. So that could have been the game also.
That would have been a huge 2 points if Chisholm could have found a lane. As it is, the Hornets maintain the lead. They'll get it back now. We'll return. 5:04 remaining in the fourth quarter. The 3C2A championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Max O'Rourke will tee it up for American River in a 2-point ball game. Well, we've had our share of excitement this fall here working with the 3C2A, and our thanks, as always, of course, to Carlisle Carter, George Matagakis at the 3C2A for all the support and they give helping to put this together, bringing us on here and allowing us to bring this to you. And this is incredibly dramatic stuff here as we head down to 5 minutes remaining.
Best
in
game of the year and the biggest game of the year.
Exactly what you want for a state or possibly a national championship title.
O'Rourke puts the leg into it. McNeil backing up. He's going to have to bring it out from the goal line. Tries to cut left, makes a little move at the 10, but he's brought down short of the 15-yard line. So a short return for McNeil.
He almost backed himself in and took a knee, which could have been a safety, which would have been very unique. That would have tied the game.
That would have been incredible. Tie the game and give the ball back.
Yeah.
I mean, the margin for error here just gets so small.
He thought about it there for a second, didn't quite know, so he brought it out. I'm proud of him for that.
It would have been a moment where the margin for error was small and would have been a very big error.
Yeah. 29-27, and the Hornets take over with 4:58 remaining. And they badly need a couple of first downs, if not put points on the board. Hoy looks over the defense, has the snap. Screens it out to Wilder, who is crushed immediately.
Terrific diagnosis defensively from ARC, and they are feeling it here, Coach.
Yeah,
Troy
they are.
Dangerfield.
They really got a good feel for what's going to happen. It's going to be a quick pass out to his screen, and the safety just comes up and blows him absolutely out of his shoes.
That's Troy Dangerfield showing Wilder no respect. I've been waiting all day for that. Second down.
Do you think his doctor is Vinny Boom Bots?
Your Honor, Your Honor.
A 1-yard call, or a 1-yard pickup for Wilder, 2nd down and 9. They'll keep it on the ground on 2nd and long, running room up the middle, near the first down marker. Anthony Wood on the carry.
Great bailout play there, middle zone, right down the middle, and just zips down to about 9 yards. Puts him in a very great first down situation.
3rd down and short coming up. Wood remains in the backfield.
Hoy looking for some free ones.
Plenty of time on the play clock. It's at 23. As Hoy will move up. Hoy has the snap. Go back to Wood. Wood hit behind the line, but manages to fall forward. Looked like he might have gotten the first down.
Yep.
Good call, another set of downs, just right up the gut, same exact play. That 2nd down bailed him out when they get 9 yards on it.
Yep. 2 timeouts remaining here, Coach. I think they're a couple first downs away from sealing this game are the Hornets.
That's a great job by Anthony Wood running after contact as well.
Yeah, you'll find American River start using them if they don't get many yards on this play.
Play clock at 10 as Hoy slows it down. Bubble screen outside, and he bounced it to Wilder.
So here you go once again. You're stopping the clock, which is an amazing advantage for American River right now. You know, live and die with it. Let's see what happens.
2nd down and 10, 3:12 remaining in the ball game.
Although in defense of that, that's typically a completed ball. It's usually not thrown into the ground like that.
Pretty high percentage.
Yeah.
So now they'll move Wilder, Gross, and Grossman all to the far side.
And American River's expecting run up the middle right now, so it's a good situation to do that. Just stop the clock, though.
2nd down and 10. They fake the pitch. Hoy on the keeper. He's got the first down. Out to the 40. They'll spot it at the 38, but more importantly, a fresh set of downs for Fullerton.
Yeah, that's how Hoy has made a living all year. It's kind of, they go into a little option, they spread the defense, he just zips right in through the inside.
Well, after a flub on the play before where he bounced it to his intended receiver, it's a great fake, sells it well, runs right up the gut for a first.
Well, in a way, it would be very fitting if the Hornets were able to run out this clock, that they would do it with a very underrated running game, really killing the clock for this high-octane offense. Hoy on the keeper, met by Luke, able to pick up a couple of yards, and a flag comes in.
So it's going to be holding.
Yeah, it looks like a holding.
Actually, well, at this point, the down might be more valuable as we look at the replay.
It's true.
I think they're saying they're going to decline it.
It's a good call.
So 2nd down and 8 as they'll decline the penalty.
Take your 2 yards, we'll take the down.
Yeah. Now these timeouts are going to come into play after this play unless they get 10 yards out of it, 9 yards out of it.
Hornets have been able to convert a couple of first downs here on this drive, trying to kill the clock against a Beaver team making another spirited 4th quarter comeback here. They were down by 16. They've got it back within 2. Snap to Hoy. Keep it on the ground, running left. It's Hewlett. Hewlett hit and written out of bounds. A gain of maybe a couple on the play. Val Carcel.
He was artilleried out of bounds.
Another big mistake. Well, another mistake in a sense. That running back would have loved to have stayed in. Well, no, he did stay in bounds. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the clock down to 2 minutes. And American River is going to take a timeout with a massive 3rd down coming up. It'll be 3rd and 6 when we return. 2 minutes remaining in the 4th. Fullerton trying to close it out in the 3C2A championship here on SoCalCollegeSports.com.
Don't go anywhere.
Third down and 6. Call it 7 with 2 minutes remaining for the Hornets.
Yeah, I expect I really think they're going to pass here. They're going to go for this first down wholeheartedly because they control their destiny with this play.
Hoy sends Grossman in motion. Has the snap. On the keeper, cuts it back to his right, but he is well short of the first down. American River College will take their final timeout here in the second half, but they'll get the ball back as Fullerton will have to punt.
Well, boys, it was 15 yards or 15 points unanswered in the 4th quarter last week that propelled ARC to the championship game here today, Yorba Linda. All right, we find some more miracles in the works for the Beavers.
Yeah, they're going to have no timeouts. They're going to get, probably have to go about 80 yards or so, but hey, it's all manageable. It can be done.
And Max O'Rourke, for his part, the kicker for American River, is perfect today, 2 for 2.
Remember, Torian Williams, go to the play from last week, the game-winning touchdown from 44 yards out. See it right here.
It's a great adjustment in the air. And think back to the words of Tim Burns that we talked about at the very top. Big physical receivers on the outside, and that's what we just saw on the previous drive when Jabari Johnson made an absolutely circus catch over a defender to bring in a touchdown. So if they can get within shouting distance here, you never know what might happen on the outside with some of the playmakers they have.
Yeah, Jeff, you know, one of the storylines for American River College this entire season has been the fact that they are so physical on the offensive side of the ball with their receivers, that they have been able just to outmuscle almost anybody they play. So that's the reason why they're in this game and in the position they are now.
Williams waiting for the punt from McGee. The snap. McGee, wobbling kick, bounces at the 25, but takes a good bounce for Fullerton inside the 20.
Yeah.
So no return.
American River got extremely lucky there. That thing could have hit the ground and went all the way into the 10, within the 10, but it didn't. So they're going to have 80 yards, like we said.
Yeah,
No
good call.
timeouts. Hey, you know,
How'd you do that?
I don't know. I'm still up here, though.
So American River with no timeouts and 1:42 on the clock will take over at their own 20. Namani Parker solo to the right. The Hornet crowd starting to make some noise. Well, really, they never stopped. But they're getting into it now. 3 wide receivers to the left, the snap to Don. Looking left, Don has time. Fires it and completes it to Wheeler, who gets out of bounds. Out near the 30-yard line, they'll spot it at the 30.
New set.
No, great call right there. Obviously, they're going to get everyone back. They just do a 10-yard out by their number 3 wide receiver, and that's what they're going to have to do right now. I expect Fullerton to maybe roll into maybe a cover 2 or start to get shallow on those edges, though.
5 seconds off the clock, so 1:37. The Hornets not showing blitz. Now here they come. 6-man rush. Don off the back foot and just has to throw this one away. Johnson was in the area, but he had broken off his route.
Johnson looked like he turned an ankle.
Yeah, he did. He came up limp there.
2nd down and 10.
Still plenty of time. They're doing a really good job controlling the clock. It's not running, obviously. Here we go. A lot of pressure coming in now.
Scott and Chisholm showing blitz.
Watch the quick out route by number 2 wide receiver.
Here they come again, 2nd and 10, trying to set up the screen, and it's overthrown. He was trying to complete it to Lee Reed.
Coach, I'm a little surprised that Griffin Dunn isn't trying to utilize a little bit of a hard count here. He knows that the pressure's coming. I'd like to see him take a little bit more time at the line. The clock isn't running down off of an incomplete pass. I'd like to see him maybe catch a defense, make him honest.
Yeah, and that's the whole goal, is to keep them from teeing off on your snap count.
Yeah.
You know, but they know they're going to send pressure. They're going to probably, there they come, 2 outsides again.
3rd and 10. Don with time, completes the pass on the far side to Williams.
First down, yeah.
Williams out to the 41. It's a big 3rd down pickup. They have had some massive 3rd down conversions here.
What a game.
In this afternoon.
Well, remember everybody, if you know anybody that wanted to watch the game, didn't have a chance to watch this live, they can always check out our archive, SoCalCollegeSports.com. It's going to be up there for a while.
Here come the Beavers, 1st and 10 from the 41. Another blitz coming. Don with a deep drop, airs it out, looking for Jackson again, but it's Jones who has the interception, his 2nd of the day, and the Hornets are going to close this one out with another big play on defense.
Yeah, he threw it up there. The receiver got lost, and sure enough, big play by the defender of Fullerton College to seal the win possibly here.
4 interceptions on the day for this Hornets secondary. 2 for Jones, 2 for Ross. And now the celebration can begin. American River with no timeouts.
Yeah,
so I expect you're going to see victory formation here.
Yeah, they'll get a flag here. It'll back them up to about the about 5-yard line. But there again, if they don't fumble the snap, they should get out of this thing with a win.
Well, American River gave them everything they could handle today.
Well, this is the best. This is the best state championship game I've seen in years, Coach.
No, it really is. I mean, and this is what it's all about. I mean, they travel from up north. We got our southern team here, and it goes down to the wire. And that's, I think, all anybody can ask watching a football game.
Well, we talked about at the top the second meeting between these two teams. As a rare example, I think the sequel was better than the original.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that. First time they met, it was all Fullerton College, but today, American River puts a heck of a scare into them.
41-0 in the original. Obviously, ARC with a much better game today, and you really have to credit this entire squad here, offense and defense. Defensively, really kept them in it. And Griffin Dunn, showing his mettle, really doing a great job of really solidifying himself and showing why he deserves to be here.
Yeah, just don't take a knee in the end zone. You'll be okay.
Well, they are at the 5-yard line. So
Out of the 4. They should back him up to the 4. He should lose a yard every down, so maximum.
And good to see the players starting to exchange handshakes there.
The athletic director, Scott Giles, out here.
And for Tim Burns, he talked about that, in recent years they were trying to do something here that it was Mount San Antonio College in recent years have been the only team from the South to really have success in terms of taking home state championships. Now, obviously, he can add his Fullerton College Hornet team to that list, and they bring home the first South championship for a school other than Mount San Antonio College since 2006 when El Camino won it.
Yeah, great job, Fullerton.
They were denied 2 years ago up at Butte.
Right.
Second time around here, Fullerton Hornets close the deal here in 2016, 29-27 over American River. You got all the action live here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. So happy you've joined us, everybody. We'll be back in a moment with some stats, a little recap, and some reaction from throughout the stadium here at Yorba Linda. Stay tuned.
ladies and gentlemen. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The defensive MVP of this afternoon's game is Tyler Stepney of the Hornets. And the American River College MVP is Griffin Dunn, quarterback of the Beavers.
And the most valuable player of the game is Jordan Hoy from Fullerton College.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Hoy. He will be given the player of the game, most valuable player, quarterback, the start of this season for Fullerton City College, the MVP of the 2016 3C2A state championship.
Congratulations to each recipient.
It was a hard-fought game. Final score, Hornets 29, Beavers 27.
Jordan Hoy should not have been named for any kind of awards in this game. That's my call, because you know they threw the game away twice.
There you have it, the final trophy presentation for the 3C2A champions of California football. This afternoon being crowned champions of California.
It's a wrap. 2016 for the 3C2A for football in the books. And Fullerton, last man standing, 29-27 over American River. And, man, what a game down the stretch. A lot of drama that, well, I don't necessarily think probably should have played out, but Fullerton will take it.
Yeah, heck yeah, they'll take it. I mean, W is a W, and it doesn't matter how you get it, because for the next umpteen years they're going to be crowned the state championships and champions, much less possibly a national championship. I don't know how that all works, but you know.
Yeah, and I think they did it the way that they've been successful all year, which was, they come in with a lot of talk about Jordan Hoy, and he did a nice job taking care of the football, had a touchdown pass, didn't turn the ball over on his route to game MVP. But the key to the success of this team was the way that they were so balanced in all areas. You got in the running game, defensively putting pressure on the quarterback, special teams making plays happen, and you just never knew who it was going to be week to week. And so perhaps a fitting way for the Hornets to wrap it up.
Well, you know what? I think the most important thing is championship teams find a way to win. Jordan Hoy did not play his best football game today. Nearly threw 2 picks, nearly threw the game away late in that game when Rasan York had a beat on it and nearly had it in his hands in the end zone. Could have been a safety had he thrown it away. Could have been an interception, a pick six right on the doorstep. Jordan Hoy, I think we would all agree here, didn't play his best game in 2016, but he does get the win. He's the MVP of the game. And, my hat's off to this entire Fullerton College squad. Very well played throughout.
Yeah, when it comes down to a championship game, it literally does come down to 2 or 3 plays in the entire game. And one thing that they did the little option route, and he faked the option.
Yeah.
He kept it and ran it up the middle, and that converted a first down. Although not a ton of magnificent plays, just good, solid football by him. But he was able to end the game with no turnovers, and I think that was the difference.
Well, Stoy, what do you got?
Well, where do we start to thank people for? We tried to throughout. Well, I'll tell you what, we didn't get to our last trivia question. Maybe.
That's a sign that the game was entertaining,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
it was.
Well, we didn't give the answer on the last.
Don't worry,
trivia
I got you guys right here.
Lawrence Taylor, was
That's it.
he
Do
one of them?
you guys want to make a couple of guesses here before
So
this,
here's the
before this
question.
all goes down here? You got anybody in mind?
Taylor's one.
Okay,
I think.
so we got name the 3 players in NFL history who have recorded multiple seasons with 19 or more sacks.
And I have to say that while that is an outstanding guess,
Oh, dang it.
Lawrence Taylor
You're
is
kidding.
not one. He did have 1 season, but not 2.
Okay, J.J. Watt's one of them.
J.J. Watt is 1.
I don't have number 2.
Well, you would think maybe Michael Strahan
Right.
only had 1.
Reggie White?
Derek Thomas, Reggie White, each had one. So
Bruce
a lot
Smith?
of guys who didn't. Bruce Smith had one as well. So DeMarcus Ware is one of the other ones. Let's bring up the other answer, because if you're wondering why I came up with this question, there's the 80s guy in there, Mark Gastineau. That is why that question made it on there. So, yes, Mark Gastineau, 1983, 1984, the third one to do it. But fascinating, a lot of those guys, the top rushers with one. But interestingly, those three guys. And so just thought I'd throw that one in there. But, yeah,
Not bad.
a
Well
lot of
played,
good
sir.
guesses, but that one not the one. So.
Well, back to the thank yous up at the 3C2A,
Yep.
Carlisle Carter, George Monagakis, always setting us up for success here. Phil Thurman, Scott Giles, the
Yep,
Sports
absolutely.
Information Director and Athletic Director here, respectively, at
Kevin
Fullerton.
Emerson.
Kevin Emerson, what a fantastic job on color today.
Well, I want to thank you guys at SoCal Sports. You know, I got an opportunity to come out here and represent Orange Coast College, and shout out to my staff and family if they're watching. They're probably not. But
Jason Kaler.
Jason Kaler.
Our friend of the,
Yeah.
broadcast.
Jason, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we initially got our start calling baseball at Santa Ana.
Oh,
so
good deal.
Known
when he was
Jason
the
for a
SID,
while.
and
Yeah.
he's risen up to the ranks
Turn
now,
off
the
your
athletic
camera and
director
receiver, please.
at OCC. So nice that he's ascended to the ranks of athletic director, and we
Yep.
hope to see you next year. Hey, maybe we'll find ourselves down
Hey,
in
maybe-
Costa Mesa.
Or
That'd
maybe
be-
we'll be covering you next year in this.
There we go.
this
It's
game.
all good.
That'd
I
be
think
better
that's
to
what
have you
we're
down
getting
on the
at.
sideline.
We'll take that. We'll take that. But nonetheless, appreciate you guys having me up.
Absolutely.
Coach, we really appreciate that. And,
lot of fun.
Hey, the crew.
Yeah.
Emery Johnson,
Bree Marquez,
Bree
Dax
Marquez,
Rubbish.
Dax Rubbish.
There's
Just-
Emery in the back. Couldn't resist a wave.
He couldn't.
Mr. Personality. We got it back there.
Jorge Zepeda doing a
Yeah.
great job with the main camera shot. Matt Henson with the graphics today, the wonderful graphics that you see here today. For Jeff Stoynoff, Mike Zepeda signing off. A fantastic season of football here in the 3C2A and the SCFA, and just really culminating into one special event in the final game of the season. Thank you for watching, everybody. Have a great night.